Hello everyone, welcome to Hugo's Desk's first ever radio show. We're basically live on both YouTube and on Twitch as well, so feel free to join on either the platforms that you prefer. We'll be here for a couple of hours now. This is going to be similar to the stream I did on the anniversary of Hugo's Desk. So basically it's a call-in show, just like a radio show usually is. And people can call in, talk about anything they want. First of all, let me know just on the chat if the sound is okay, if everything is okay on your end. We have about 30 people, like 20 people on YouTube and about 5 people on Twitch watching right now. So thank you so much for being here. This is all about the audience, really. So just like I did on the anniversary stream, I want to invite anyone to call in to the show. So basically, I'll share a link on the chat, and it will be a Google link. We'll be talking through audio, not webcam. So you just need audio. Oh, thanks, Noe. Noe Chavez tells me the sound is good. Thank you. And people can call in and discuss. We can discuss anything. Basically, this is a open forum. It's not a sponsored stream. There's no sponsor. It's a completely open, independent stream. I don't have any ads on YouTube or on Twitch. It's supposed to be a very open and uncorporate stream for us to discuss the state of the industry. We can talk about visual effects, the state of the current industry. We can talk about AI, which I'm sure people will want to talk about that. We can talk about jobs. We can talk about the future. We can talk about the past. That's okay as well. So any topic you would like. This is a radio show, like I said, so it's about the audience in the community, which we have an amazing community, and I'm always so proud and so happy to actually talk with all of you almost every week now, which is fantastic. So thank you so much, Yad, for saying that. Big fan of India as well. I've been there already, and it was a wonderful place to visit. Okay, so before we even start with the radio show itself, just wanted to, of course, let you know that, like I said, there's no ads on this commercial, on this stream. If you do see an ad, please do let me know. I've specifically switched them off because they were so annoying to my audience that I switched them off in purpose. So if you would like to support the stream, always remember that you can become a Patreon. You can also become a member on YouTube as well. You can put a donation if you want to as well. You can buy my course as well. I have a Nuke course as well. So you can support me on other ways that have nothing to do with the way that YouTube operates and the aggressiveness of YouTube in terms of how they operate in terms of ads, which is becoming a bit out of control, really, in my view, at least on my mind. We also have giveaways as well. Just wanted to let everyone know that. I'm just gonna turn on the giveaway here. I shouldn't have put it on that side of the image. So we basically have a giveaway. I'll put it on the screen for you guys to have a moment to copy the link if you want to. Basically, the giveaway is going to be for my new course. I'll be doing a few during the stream. I'll put the link on. I'll put the link on the chat as well. It's already on the top of the chat, so you can already find it on top on Clipped. But I'll put it here as well. Hey Gaston, how you doing? Hey Ravindra, how you doing? So here it is. That's the course that I'm giving away today. I'm going to give away 2 of them, one halfway through after the break and one at the very end. Like I said, there's no sponsors on this stream, so I'm basically promoting myself, really. That's the whole point of this as well. So also, if you are interested, my new course is 50% off still. So you can also join there and support the stream by joining my new course. I have there, the on-set supervision course is coming. So I'm still making it, Gavin. Thank you so much for asking that. That is true. Like for those of you who don't know, I'm basically doing a VFX on-set supervision course right now, and I'm launching it probably around March next year. So I'm still doing it. I'll be posting links for it soon. Hey, Paul, how are you doing, man? Long time no see. Thank you so much for always coming into the streams. It's always great to see you here, Paul. So you can see also a lot of people saying hello on Twitch as well. USS Potato, that's a great name. So I'll put the links there as well. Yeah, I've put there. Again, of course, as well, if you want to support small creators like I am, remember that I also do the showreel reviews, which you can join. Those are the dates that we're going to be doing in the future. We still have a couple of them to go. As you can see, we still have the 31st of October, the 14th of November, the 28th of November as well. That is going to be the next streams that we're going to be making. Also, if you would like to support small creators like me and my wife as well, you can also, if you want, I'm just going to change the name there. You can also support her endeavors as well on her channel, Green Recipes for All. She has a book as well, my wife, which I have here on my hand. If you are interested in good food, of course I'm biased because I've eaten them all and they're all amazing. But there's the link there. That's Amazon UK link, but of course you can buy it on any Amazon really. It doesn't really need to be UK. It can be in Japan, it can be in France, it can be Italy. It's available on every Amazon as well. So of course, if you want to support small creators like us, feel free to do that. Obviously, it's a great present for Christmas, so consider that. We have it available on paperback, Kindle, and also hardcover as well. But, you know, today it's all about the call show. So this is what we're doing today. People are going to be calling in, hopefully. I hope they do. I'll be sharing the link now for people to kind of call in if they have anything to say. So enough about my promotion. That's all done now. You have the links there in the chat. But in the meantime, if anyone wants to join the radio show, that's the link. It's a Google Meet link. Audio only, please. I won't have any webcam on anyway. But that's the link right now. And so I'm gonna switch it on and see what happens. We'll do the break. We'll do the giveaway on the break though as well. So I'm just gonna like switch it on, see if anyone is here. So remember, every topic is open. Like even if you just want to say hello, please come in to the show and say hello. I know it's always a bit hard in the very beginning. Last time we also took a few minutes until it kind of started kicking off. So, but don't be shy. It's a wonderful community we have here. So if anyone wants to talk or have anything to say, or even if they just want to say hello, now is your time. I've shared the Google Meet link on both chats, both YouTube and Twitch. And hopefully just someone can come in and just say hello to me as well. And don't leave me hanging here. So it's going to be a really relaxed stream, you know. So that's the whole point of this. It's just going to be a pretty much relaxed stream. I don't want anyone to be stressed about this. It's all about us talking about the industry and really like just like seeing what happens. Okay, so I have a first contestant, just like it's a radio show. So I have Noah Chavez here. I'm gonna bring him in and let's see what happens. Okay, so hello.
Talking about the industry.
So, Noah, first thing I'm going to ask you, Noah, is if you could mute the YouTube stream. Otherwise, it's going to be looping on the microphone, okay?
Okay.
I noticed the delay, yeah.
Yeah. Please do that. Please do that because yeah, it's about 20 seconds. I can still hear the
loop though.
Oh, yeah. I paused it. Maybe it's going to refresh here in a second.
No, I think it's
oh,
because you have your speakers on. Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you have any headphones or? I think so. Yeah, much better. Now I can't hear anything.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you.
No problem. So Noah, right? Is that how I say your name, right?
Yeah, Noah. You got it. You nailed it.
Okay, cool. So thank you so much for being the first one to call in. So what's in your mind, Noah? What do you want to say? Do you want to talk about yourself? Do you want to have anything you want to ask? Go for it.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm just really grateful for your show. It's I discovered it actually not too long ago, maybe like a month ago, and I love it. Find these gems on the internet like that have such a backlog of juicy things to dig into and binge. So that I get to be involved in a live new one is exciting for me.
Cool, man. Well, I do apologize about the binging then.
No, it's good stuff. I love.
Hello? Still hear me? Wait a minute. I think I lost the signal just for a second or so. Yeah, I think I lost the connection. Just give me a second. It's reconnecting now. Yeah, I lost the internet. That's great. Okay. Oh man, damn it! It went down. The internet went down. That's great. Okay. Just at the very perfect moment, really. Unable to connect the chat. Okay, so I've lost connection then. Okay. Is it back now? No, it's not back. Okay. Let's see here if it's gonna be back soon. I think it's gonna be back soon. Okay, it's coming back now. This is always so. Okay, I think people are.
Hugo.
Yeah. I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
the internet just went down.
Okay. Awesome.
No. Just give me a second. So
Yeah. No
just
problem.
give me just 1 second. Don't go anywhere. So everyone on the chat, I apologize. I think I had like a little glitch and it just went down the whole thing here. But I think it's back now. So apologies for that. I think we are on again on YouTube, at least on YouTube. On Twitch, I'm not so sure. I'm going to just see if we're on Twitch again. I think it's back on YouTube. It's definitely back, but it's back on Twitch as well. So apologies for that. So Noah, apologies for that. Go ahead. You were just mentioning that you had a backlog, you had a binge thing, and I'm so sorry that the call went down.
Oh yeah. Right. When I got cut off, I was just commenting on how beautiful and fun and entertaining your relationship with Ian is. So always love seeing you both interacting and on the show together, and just really expressing gratitude on your show and just root on keeping it going. And I'm definitely going to become a member here after this. So I'm just showing him that I am rooting for you.
Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me, and thank you so much for watching the VFX Notes podcast. You know, the VFX Notes podcast is a wonderful labor of love that me and Ian do, and we are also about to relaunch it in a very big way. We're gonna have seasons. We're gonna have more guests. We're gonna have a lot of people from January. So a lot of very exciting things are coming to the VFX Notes podcast. And Ian is also going to do more episodes with me in person as well. We're going to do more of those as well. So yeah, we really love the show, and thank you so much for your kind words about it. You know,
congratulations on all that new stuff. That's exciting for me too. So I'm looking forward to that. And you know what? I didn't realize until yesterday while washing the dishes that Ian's before and afters was actually a tangible look. I thought it was just a website, and then I saw like some screenshots of that you post during an old episode of the actual book. So I'm gonna get subscription of that. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, it's available on all Amazons. I don't have it here with me in my hand. I forgot to bring it to the table. Well, I'll do it on the break. But yeah, it has a magazine. I think there's like 20 issues. The last issue is about Alien Romulus. And it's a magazine sold on every Amazon exists. So it's very similar to a Cinefex magazine. So I really recommend everyone to go and buy it and go and check it out, you know. So
yeah, I was trying to buy some old issues of Cinefex not too long ago. I'd rather get these support Ian with his. So I'm excited I found that out.
Cool. Okay, cool.
But I do have a question, Hugo. It's a question that I've been forever wondering about, because I'm kind of like a lot of people probably on this channel, a little bit ninja. It's like I DP, I direct, I do color, I do visual effects, I do motion design, I do everything except sound, basically.
Okay.
And many times I work in San Francisco, California. Many times when I'm being hired to do VFX, I see advantages to doing my VFX after color and then also before color. In your experience, in your professional experience, since you're an actual compositor, I want to say an actual compositor because you're actually using Nuke and you're probably doing things working in log or in linear and all that. I do all my compositing in After Effects, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to like, you know, for After Effects users, just in general, like a proper pipeline. Have you found advantages to working in compositing after color or before color? Is it always one way? I guess my main question, is it always one for you?
Yeah, okay, that's a great question. So first of all, before I answer your question, just wanted to let you know that there's a lot of interference coming through, and it kind of is a beating sound. I'm just going to try one thing, because I think I'm just checking if it's from you or if it's for me. And I've just muted you for a second. I think it's coming from your side. But it's so I think I understood the question, but there was a few words that were like with interference. So maybe there's like your cable is a bit, the microphone is a bit like loose or something. Just see if it's completely connected all the way on the computer or something, because there's like this beating sound that it comes through on the headphones. Maybe it's just me. Maybe someone on the chat can tell me if they can hear it as well. But anyway, to your question, great question. So this is a very typical. You actually asked the question to a person that has had to deal with that a lot in the past. So when I was still at the mill as a VFX supervisor, there was always this debate about, should we color everything before, should we color after? And so the coloring before is it's considered a bit of an old school methodology of color correction, because I can hear myself again. You're looping. Do you have the sound on again? Noah?
I turned it off.
Okay, sorry. So I was just saying that it's considered a very old school way of doing when you do color first and then comp after. The reason for that is because these days, since you're dealing with real world scenarios like global illumination, you're dealing with HDR, especially if you're doing CG, you're dealing with the values of the world. You're dealing with real lights, real atmospheres, and real sunset, and real positions of lighting, and that have to do with amounts of lighting and Kelvin of color, and they have to do with almost scientific level of values of luminosity. And so these days we tend to always composite with raw footage and nothing, everything untouched. So when we're compositing it, we never touch it, but we sometimes have a non-destructive LUT on top so that we can see how the grade will look like. So a common practice these days is that the colorist might do a first pass of color correction, and then with that first pass, before the project is even doing VFX, then they will deliver a reference render of that grade, and they can also deliver LUTs for individual shots. And those LUTs would be loaded to Nuke or to whatever application you're using, so that when the composer is working on that shot, they have a way of viewing what the colorist wanted. And then they can switch off that LUT on the viewer, and they can still work on a raw capacity, untouching the footage, so they don't touch the values of the footage. They can merge the CG, the matte paintings, everything together, and then deliver back to the grade artist in untouched form. So basically, whatever you got, you would give it back. That is the standard of working right now. Having said that, obviously some people work with pre-graded stuff. I find that that's a problem for the pipeline. It becomes a can of worms if you are grading pre-visual effects. So I would advise you not to do that and to actually grade after, or having LUTs, non-destructive LUTs over the footage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that you answered that missing component, which is that makes perfect sense. So the way the budgets that I've been working in the commercial world over here, color always just happens right in like a half day or a day.
Yeah.
And we never have that ability, well, we rarely have that ability to have that communication with the colorist to create that first light, that fade, to create that LUT for then VFX to then work, and then back to the actual grade process. So that makes a whole lot of thanks for answering that.
No problem. Cool. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your question. And thank you so much for joining the call. We have other people waiting as well, so I'll just leave you to it into your day. And thank you so much for keeping the questions. And because I have already so many people on the line here, if you want, you can always come back if we have more questions. But
thanks, Hugo.
Is that okay? No,
That's
I'll
fine.
just jump to other people, and then I can come back to you as well. So thank you so much for calling, my friend. Okay, so okay, that was awesome. Thank you so much. I can just how do I take you out of this call? I guess you need to switch off. Yeah, that's right. So next up we have Paul. Paul, I believe, is the next up on the call. At least I'm trying to keep an order here of first come, first serve. So I'm gonna bring in Paul and see. Hey, Paul, how you doing, my friend?
Hey Hugo, long
Hey.
time.
Long time no see, for sure. So thank you so much. Unfortunately, I don't have a webcam on the show.
Oh,
I know you have the
you can
webcam
see
on.
me though.
I can see you. Yeah, yeah. You can't see
Okay,
me
good.
either because I'm already sharing the webcam for the stream, so I can't share it at the same time to this call. So you can only
I
hear
see.
me. But yeah, thank you so much for calling into the show, Paul. It's great to
Oh
see
yeah,
you.
you're welcome.
And
I
what?
don't have any. I don't have any like specific questions, but I just felt like chance to say hi to you and see how you're doing, and
Of course, of
vice
course.
versa.
Of course. You were so kind to turn on the webcam. I'm going to put you on screen for a second so people can at least see
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
So I'll put it like this. Let me just see here. I'll do it like this. I can mute myself on the corner and you can be there as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here's Paul, an old friend
Hey,
of the
hi.
show as well. And I don't even remember last time we talked. Must have been a long, long time ago.
Mm, probably via LinkedIn,
At some point,
asking
yeah.
you a question, or I think you were asking me about a company that I worked at a long time ago,
Yeah,
and
I think so
I don't
too.
think I had good things. I don't think I had good things to say about them, but yeah, I think that was probably the last time.
Yeah, I think that was it. And then the last time we saw each other for real, where would it been? It would have been on an event or something. I can't really remember. It's
Could
been
have
like,
been. I mean, for those, no one would know really, but I took a course with Hugo coming up to 14 years ago now at Escape Studios in London,
it's been
and
that
it was
long. Jesus,
it could be,
I feel
and
old
that was
now. Thanks.
that was the first time I think they were running evening classes.
Yeah, yeah.
So I wasn't actually living in London. I was coming in on the train from Bristol each time that was happening. So it was a couple of hours to get there, a couple of hours doing the course, and then a couple of hours back. But it was totally worth it because that course and your knowledge helped me on the ladder to get where I am today.
Oh, thank you so much for saying that. That is
Yeah.
true. Like I completely forgot. I completely. I think was that the last time we seen each other? Maybe not. I don't think it was. I think we've seen each other since, haven't we?
Possibly, yeah.
I'm not
Like,
entirely sure
as
actually.
as as I get older, I'm sure you find the same. Like the years become a blur and memory kind of becomes very hazy.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, but thank you so much for saying that. Yes, that's true. You were my student, and that I can't believe it's been so long ago. Damn. Yeah, but you're right because I
Yeah,
started teaching at Scape in 2011. So it must. Yeah, of course. Damn, it's
yeah,
been already
yeah.
that
I
long.
think Ian, I can't remember his surname. He started the course and you finished it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Ian is now on the National Film and Television School. That's where he teaches now. So he's been
That's
there for
great. Yeah.
quite a few years now. Yeah. Oh, that's great, man. And Paul, what you would like to say? Is anything you would like to say to the show? Any questions?
Um,
Anything?
no, I mean, in general, like things are pretty tough right now for everyone. Myself, like a lot of other people, are out of work, and I think there are signs of things improving, especially in Europe. I'm seeing a lot more like chatter on LinkedIn now,
Mm-hmm.
and fingers crossed, I might have something coming up very, very soon. Um, but I've been fortunate; I haven't been out of work massively this year, just a couple of months, whereas many, many, many people have been already out for over a year,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I can't imagine how tough that is.
Yeah.
Um,
I know. I
so
know. It's the same with me as well, and with everyone I talk to. It's been very, very like I've been fortunate. Of course, I had a job that lasted for a long time. I was compositing a TV show since January until like last month, and so was
mhm,
very fortunate. I had a long-terming project to deal with, but man, I have nothing. Like it's just smoke and mirrors, really. Like I just keep getting requested to do quotes, and they lead nowhere. Or sometimes
mhm,
I send the quote over, and I get an answer saying, "Oh, we'll just do it internally with AI." I get a lot of that. So there's like
mhm,
a lot of those things happening. There's a lot of companies really not responding well to the quotes, really not wanting to pay that much money. They want to pay less money. It's I definitely think the rates are coming down and the budgets are coming down to a almost like impossible value. And I think that's one of the problems we're going to be facing very soon, is that our rates are going to substantially drop since we have so many people available to work now, and also the projects are, there's all this problems with the strikes and also with AI and a lot of companies doing downsizing. It's just going to become an issue. And in fact, I run my own company and I do my own projects with my team, and we already have dropped our rates substantially for the last year. Every time we're quoting a job, we kind of go down a little bit more and more and more. And even when we go down, it still doesn't get accepted or true. So it's I'm right now doing a quote for another job, in which I have no idea if I'm going to get it or not. So we'll see if that happens. But it's really tough. You're right, Paul. It's really tough.
And that's even in like traditional areas like advertising, where there used to be more money floating around, right?
Yeah, exactly, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's quite tricky, and that's right. I only work practically in advertising. That's where I usually work. I mean, this TV show was a very one-off thing. I don't usually work in TV, and it was given to me as a job through people that usually work with me in commercials. So it's kind of like that. But even the commercials are a bit tough right now. I also think that there's like a level of outsourcing going on as well, and I think for people like us that we live in the UK prices are tough. It's quite hard to compete as well with prices. I think that's one of the issues as well. I'm gonna just sorry, apologies. I'm gonna just remove the full screen, because I need to I just noticed that because I was doing full screen and showing you on the web, people have seen you now, so it's fine. I can't see the chat.
I'm not that pretty.
I'll be like that, Paul. And also I need to see who's on the call as well, and also people on the chat as well. I absolutely
don't want to take up too much time if others are waiting.
No.
On the whole UK thing, I'm actually
Don't worry about it.
living in Spain right now.
You are in Spain? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay,
yeah.
I thought. Sorry, I just assumed that you were in the UK.
No, I actually left London in 2018.
Okay.
I was in Malta for 4 years.
Yeah, that's right. You told me that, but I always thought that you were still
now 2 years
living
in Spain.
Okay, I see. And how is it? But you're I guess you're remote, right? Like you're not working in Spain.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, there are Spanish companies, but the rates I can get from elsewhere are much, much better.
I see.
And also my Spanish is terrible, so that wouldn't help.
Hey, I'm Portuguese and my Spanish is terrible. So they speak too quickly. That's the problem for me.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying about our experience. I think it's rough, especially out there for people starting out or who only have like a year under their belts trying to stand out from the crowd. I mean, we're fortunate that we have like just over a decade to draw upon to say we can do various things, but and we have our various networks that we've built up, but for those that have obviously invested a lot of money in education and then taking the dive into this industry with what's going on right now, it must be really, really rough. I feel really bad for all those out there suffering.
Absolutely. I think you're definitely right. I feel very, very lucky and privileged that I've had as many jobs as I had. And I'm like my wife usually tells me, I'm a bit half empty glass kind of guy. So I'm a bit negative. So I'm already kind of like, maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm already kind of, well, this is over. That's how I feel already. So I'm already on that stage where I think I already kind of feel, I'm probably never going to be directing another commercial ever again. I'm probably never going to do any job ever again, because that's how negative I'm feeling right now. But that's probably, that has happened to me in the past as well, where we had like a long period of time with no work and then something shows up. But I think I think it's different this time. I think things are a little bit different, and maybe I just need to just wait it out. But like you said, not everyone has the capability of waiting it out. Not everyone has
bills to pay and
exactly,
debts and
it's really tough.
Eventually you run out. So
yeah, exactly. Tough. And that's another thing. I've met a lot of people, really talented artists that have left the industry, went somewhere else. They went to other industries. because they
Yeah,
couldn't really do that. So I think, although I feel, and also I kind of feel that I've been fortunate enough that I have other things going on. I have the podcast, and I have the streams, and I have the YouTube channel, and I have, I teach, and I have a course, and so I've started to become less dependent on the visual effects project, and I have now a split in between the projects and also all the other things, almost like a microtransaction kind of way. I have little bits of money coming in here and there, which I kind of see that might be just the future that I will always have from now on. I think it's going to be hard to just work in one thing, and I kind of usually advise that to people as well that are now starting, to keep an eye on other types of projects as well, and to kind of multitask, and because I think the time of becoming just a modeler or just an animator or just a compositor might be tough in the future, especially with so many softwares out there and so many easier ways to do certain things, and they might not be better, some of the ways that they do things, but it doesn't really matter if it's better or not. It's always the money that is the question. So even if the AI tools become really good, or even if they decide to, and even if they don't produce as good results as doing it by hand, at the end of the day, it might be that the money will topple everything, because as long as it's cheaper, that's always their decision is all going to be around the cheapness of it and not really the artistic side of it. So like I said, maybe I'm being a bit more negative. That's why we're having these calls. It's like group therapy.
Yeah.
So,
I tried Comfy UI very recently, and I found the whole process very soulless and frustrating as well, just trying to bash something that I had in my mind with the prompts and the various nodes that you can use. And if that's our future, then I'm not sure I want to be a part of it.
Well,
it just felt so uncreative and
well, isn't
random.
that the case, that it's always going to be a bit soulless, because like art in general, although of course I use the word loosely, because if you're just doing a shitty commercial, it's not really going to be art. That's not that kind of project. But if you're talking about doing a film, or doing a good painting, or doing a music video, or doing a short film, doing things that are a bit more artistically driven and not just a pure commercial exercise, although some of them are good as well, of course. But it's all those things, anything that has to do with art comes from the soul, and it comes from the experience of your life, and it comes from either happiness or depression, or a loss that you had, or a gain that you had on your life, or from your past experience with your family, or with your father or your mother, or something you saw when you were a teenager. It tends to come from those things, and obviously I think that AI tools are going to be always struggling with that, because they can't really have a past, or they don't have a weight to them, and that's why they feel soulless in general.
Exactly.
So I kind of feel that, and also in general, if you think about it, even people, the public might not even react that well, because when the public, for example, enjoys an album or a music album or a song, they don't just like the song, they like the artist, they like the story of the artist, they like the whole thing around the artist. It's it's an entire package. It's not just the soulless piece of music that they've created with an algorithm that certain people demographics will like. It's not that simple. And maybe perhaps in a way I have maybe a more positive spin, that I might consider that maybe we'll have a future we'll have both things. I kind of feel that
I hope so.
Yeah, that we have the soulless
with your analogy of music, I was just thinking about how, in the past it was a very physical medium, and you had a particular album you grew up with, a couple of albums. Now with streaming, music has become much more available and democratized, but overwhelming with this kind of full circle resurgence of the sales of vinyl and the actual physical, something very desired and collectible again, and people really enjoying that whole experience. There'll be this kind of AI bubble, and we'll return to some sort of homogeny where the actual pleasure of knowing that this was something handcrafted will win out.
Yeah. I think so too. I actually think so too. I think you have a point there. And I think that we might have both worlds. I at least I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that we'll have both worlds, and we'll have the creative, very artistic side of things, and then of course the very corporate and very money-driven side. I kind of tend to give an example from my students that happened in like the 50s, where when McDonald's showed up and started becoming fast food restaurants all over the place, there was a time that people kind of like considered, restaurants are dead and no one will ever want to go to a restaurant because, now this is the future of food and we're just going to eat like McDonald's. And nothing is further from the truth. We, of course, have McDonald's, and some people love to go to McDonald's. I don't, but some people love to go to McDonald's, and it's quick and it's cheap and it's convenient. But hey, if anything, there's even more restaurants of handmade food right now. If you go to a good Italian place, or go to a good pizzeria, or you go to a good pasta place, and you get the really cool wine, and you get the pasta, and you get the chatter with the person serving, and that entire experience is not dead at all. There's even more now of those things, and so McDonald's did not kill that at all. But both exist and both can exist. And obviously, in the beginning, when it first showed up, McDonald's, I'm sure a lot of restaurants went out of business with the new factor, the novelty factor of it. But eventually, it kind of settled down. So there's always this phase in the beginning where there's a lot of people that lose things, but then things kind of get back to normal again. Might be what's happening now. There'll be this novelty of AI and all these tools, and then they will basically settle down, and there will have to be legal things in place and licensing things in place. The same way that we were sharing music with Napster, and now we're buying music on stream. So I do feel that if we can just wait a little bit, it might kind of work itself out. But at least I'm hopeful, but it's difficult. It's difficult to, of course, judge exactly what's going to happen. I don't think anyone knows, and all these Twitter's accounts saying it's changed forever, they don't know either. They are just pretending to know for clickbaiting, saying cinema is dead, and it's not. No one really knows, and so I think everyone has to have a bit less hyped. They need to start having a bit more thoughtful conversation about this for the negatives and the positives. At least that's my feeling.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll let others have their say now.
Oh, thank you so much, Paul, for calling in. It was a pleasure to see you, and good luck with everything. Feel free to stick around, and you can always join the call again.
Yeah, come and look me up.
Oh yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, I haven't been in Spain in a while. I was in Portugal this summer, but I haven't been in Spain in a long time. I think more than 10 years now. So I'll definitely do that now that I know that you're there. So of course, I will contact you, and we'll have a coffee and have a chat. And Paul, you're always welcome. We're going to be doing these radio shows kind of once a month or something like that. And of course, if you want to stick around, you can always come back again. I have about 3 people on the line here, so I'll just bring them in, and then we can talk a bit later again. Cool, man.
Sure.
Thanks, Paul.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, so next up, I guess I really hope that this is gonna work, but I feel that the next person in line is Joseph. I think he was the next one in line, or maybe John. I'm not entirely sure. Because unfortunately the guests show up. They don't really show up in the order of admission, so which is a bit of a shame. So I'm gonna go for Joseph, and then we'll see that. So, hey Joseph, how you doing? Can you hear me? So we have Joseph Davis on the call. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ah, great. Loud and clear, I can hear you as well. So Joseph, thank you so much for joining the call. I know you've been waiting for a while. So what would you like to say, my friend?
Yeah, thank you for allowing me on the call. I've actually been on an actual live stream with you before. You were doing some reviews of my of my stuff that I had.
I'm looking at your photo. I remember you. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm actually glad you did this because I mean, I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to ask all of them because we would be here all day. But as somebody who's been in and out of the industry a lot, not in a big way, but just trying to do little things here and there. I have a lot of friends that are also in the industry, but I think one of the biggest things for me is that I noticed that, like with the conversation you just had, there is a lot of uncertainty within the VFX realm, CG realm, whichever, even for people that do other things, like rigging and pretty much the whole pipeline itself. And originally, I have the job that I have is not what I originally had went to school for. I went to school for compositing and visual effects. And, the industry seems to be very, I don't want to say the word sketchy, but that's like the only thing I could think of. It's not something you don't want to like abandon I don't want to abandon what I'm doing, but I also want to still be able to do it on the side. I still do your courses all the time, just to go through and review and to anything that I may have forgotten, things like that. But the industry seems very rocky. It's not, I have a family, so it's not like I could just pack up everything and move to Canada or, move to places like the originally, because I originally was going to move to I think it was, I forgot the name of it, in Canada to work at MPC because they have that program that they do, but I couldn't do that because I had a family. It wasn't, I couldn't just pack my whole family up and leave the country. So I'm trying to do things from home, but there's I don't want to say it's saturated, but there are so many fantastic artists out there working in different fields and doing different things. So just the overall state of visual effects in general seems to be very rocky. So I don't even know if there was a question in there, but
hey, it doesn't have to be. Doesn't need to be a question. We'll talk it out. And by the way, I just wanted to mention one thing that's happening on the chat. So Rec here is just suggesting that we could do it as a group call. I'm not against it. Maybe we can do that at the end. I'm a bit unsure if it's going to be very messy if we have like 5-6 people talking at the same time. So I kind of prefer for now to keep it as a radio show where we have one person at a time, Rec. So maybe we'll do it at the end and we can open up the call to everyone. But for now, I think I would prefer one at a time. Unless there's something like last time, there was a specific question, then someone on the chat had an answer, and then we joined those two people. That's fine. But I feel like I would prefer to, at least for now, try it as a radio show. But anyway, Joseph, as you said, I don't think, yes, there's no question, but I feel exactly the same. I feel like we are currently basically on a crossword road, and things are quite tough right now. And I don't really know what we gonna do. That's why I'm having these shows, because what can we do? I mean, the work is drying out. There's really doesn't seem to be a real reason for it because the strikes has been over for a long time. So that's not the reason. So is it because of AI? But no one really can answer that question either, because I don't think a lot of companies admit that they're using AI. So it's like, are they using it? Or are they not using it? But also I look at TV.
They'll never admit that, for
I know
the fact that, because then they would be disingenuous,
Yeah, it's toxic. The word is toxic. That's why Apple calls it artificial. How do they call it? Apple intelligence. That's how they call it.
Yeah.
So I think if they are using it, though, then they're really using it really well. Because if you look at films and you look at TV commercials, I don't notice. It's quite easy to notice when something is made with AI. Right now, it's still noticeable. If they're using it, they're hiding it quite well. Maybe they're comping and processing it a lot on top, and then it kind of looks normal. Maybe that's what's happening. I know a lot of machine learning is being used, but machine learning has been used for like almost a decade now. Like people have been using machine learning in visual effects films for like ages now. Veta has been using machine learning. The first thing I've heard with machine learning was the Gemini Man. Gemini Man is like from 5 years ago or 6 or something. So it's that's been around for a while, and I have no qualms with machine learning whatsoever. But because I think that's actually quite benefit for the industry. But I'm not sure exactly where is this dry coming from. Is it because there's no budgets? Is it because the companies are tightening the belt? Is it because there's less money from the commercial side because brands are trying to save money? Where is it coming from? Because no one clearly knows and no one has an answer. And everyone just keeps saying, oh, I'm going to be better soon. Yeah, and they keep just saying that. Like,
I think my biggest question, honestly, and I don't want to sound like a cynic or whatever the word would be, but
it's not a problem.
Is it even worth it right now? You know, is it even worth trying to? I mean, I know you're an artist and you love it. You know, you love what you do. I mean, I feel like, I mean, obviously we all need to make money, but this is something I feel like you would do because you love it, not for just the money. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you've gotten to a point now where you have that option. You know what I mean? You're not in a position where it's like, oh man, how am I going to feed my family tomorrow? You know, you're not backed into a corner, but still, you know, is it even worth it right now to even
maybe not maybe
you know, stress yourself out trying to put in those resumes and work on a reel other than for, you know, practice and things like that. So it's like, that's what I keep thinking about all the time. Cause I would be fine just doing side projects or working on commercials. I don't even care if I'm a roto artist, even though to me that would be a nightmare. You know, it's one of those things that's like, is it even worth it anymore right now? At least right now, you know, it's
funny, right? It's funny because that's like full circle. That's how I used to work. You know, when I was very young, I as probably people know in the chat, I did an art degree. I have like an art degree from Portugal, 5 years doing art, video art, painting, sculpting, those kind of things, like fine art, not like commercial art, just fine art. And I used to do a lot of video art, and I used to do a lot of shorts, and I used to do a lot of paintings. And I was a struggling artist at the time, of course, like all artists are. And then I kind of like couldn't really earn or get enough money, so I started doing corporate videos. I started doing weddings. I started doing like all sorts of things to try to pay my bills, and kept struggling for a while until I got a gig as an After Effects artist. And so it's almost like we're going full circle. Because right now I feel like I'm doing that again, because I'm like doing smaller jobs, and I'm doing like more artistic projects, and I'm doing jobs that would not be what I would do because they pay very little, but I'm doing them because I like them. So I'm like helping certain people out and doing like small little gigs. And it is weird that we're kind of like, some of us are coming back to that again. Because back then, this was in 2000, it was like 90, that when I started was 98, 99. And so at the time, the industry was so small. There was very few people working in the industry. And some people were getting astronomical amounts of salaries, you know, like there was like, because basically visual effects artists were considered like rocket scientists almost, you know, and there were so few of them. And at the time, only really ILM was really the only VFX studio that everyone knew about. And there was maybe like 5 or 6 other studios running around in 99, you know, doing stuff. It's almost like, are we going to get back to that? Maybe like in 10 years from now, there will again be only 5 studios in the world, and because they've been gobbling up other studios and they became quite big, but it's almost like we're going to go back to, okay, we have ILM, Framestore, The Mill, MPC, that's it. And all the other ones kind of either become like support studios, or they become roto studios, or they become like support studios, really, as that means, and the budgets will just become either smaller. So that's, I'm just brainstorming here. So either that's one way that it goes, and I hope it doesn't go that way, because this is going to be quite bad, because then a lot of people are going to leave the industry, and a lot of people have no work whatsoever to do. On the other hand, also you have another way, which is, maybe IP is the way to go, and maybe people should start maybe building their own IP, building their own novels, building their own films, making Kickstarters, maybe making campaigns, and trying to finance their own projects and creative projects, because there's definitely the need for content, because all these streaming applications need content. And there's a few examples in the world where you have very successful artists that are doing very low budget productions, or being quite successful at it, and they are their own IP, and they can earn money from that, either from small screenings on cinema, or small streams, So maybe that's the other answer. Maybe if we're really truly artists, we should be doing our own art, in a way, kind of the same way that Pixar used to do when they were independent. They were doing their own films internally before they were bought, of course. The same way kind of Framestore is doing like the animation films with Paddington as well. And there's a couple of other examples. Nexus also does a lot of their own internal projects that sometimes go to competition for the Oscar for shorts. Maybe that's the answer. It's the answer for us to double down on the artist side and really become artists and try to make our own things instead of being hired guns. Because the hired gun thing is a problem. That's what we're having now. It's definitely an issue. And I'm coming up with this example because I have a lot of friends of mine that have completely abandoned this, and they're doing Kickstarters with like board games, and they're doing Kickstarters with like short films, and Kickstarters with like interactive novels, and they're just doing something else. But they're still using their skill set to create these things. So maybe that's a way to kind of navigate this. It's just to maybe go back to doing other types of productions and make the content that so much is necessary right now for all these streaming applications, you know. So what do you think of that? Like, could that be an answer or a way of going through it?
It could be, yeah. I mean, every person's situation is going to be completely different. You know, my goal was to work at, my end goal was always to work at, you know, like Weta Digital or ILM or things like that. Sorry, I think you cut out for a sec, Hugo.
Yeah, you're there. You're back. Yeah, can hear it.
Yeah, so you know, it's
You were saying your goal. Just finish that. Your goal was to go to.
Oh yeah, my goal was to work at, you know, Weta Digital or, you know, ILM, you know, those kinds of places. And you know, I have a lot of friends that actually graduated with me that actually work for those places as senior artists now. You know, so it's kind of discouraging for me only because I had to take a step away and do something different when at the time, you know, this was when Iron Man first came out, you know, when things were really picking up with Marvel and stuff like that, you know, so that would have been the perfect time to join the industry. But anyways, I don't want to take up too much more time. So I had one other question. It's basically as far as similar to workflows and things like that. I know this is it's the VFX industry, but have you ever looked into possibly changing your process from, I know it's the industry standard to use Maya, but have you ever looked into possibly doing like a Blender to Nuke or Blender to Unreal Engine to Nuke or something like that? Because I've seen a lot of people recently that have been doing a lot of fantastic visual effects using that particular pipeline, especially since Unreal is very fast. I think they used it on Mandalorian, things like that, on set and stuff like that. So I was curious if you've ever thought about making making a class for that.
Well, actually,
I would definitely pay for that.
We have someone we have someone on the chat and also waiting to get into the call that is very basically a very big advocate of Blender. You know, we have Peter Draper, which is going to be the next one that the next person that I'm going to call into the radio show. Okay. And he's a visual effects supervisor that works with Blender quite a lot. And so
fantastic.
Yeah. So I have done that a lot. I have used Unreal quite a few times already, and I don't use Blender yet. I basically switched from Maya to Houdini. That's what I'm doing. I'm not using Maya.
I love Houdini.
Apart from, like, the only thing that I still need to use Maya for is the animation itself, because most animators, most of the animators that I use and the animators that I hire, they are Maya-centric, and so I can't avoid that. I have to have Maya because it's the animation side of things, but we just do the animation. That's it. Like, we just do the rig and the animation inside, and then we export the whole thing in Alembic to somewhere else. And now Blender, I have not used it in production yet. I unfortunately like the problem I'm having right now is that I don't find enough people that have a lot of experience with Blender yet, and maybe it will change, of course, in the next few years. But it's very easy for me to find Houdini artists and people that have a lot of experience with Houdini. So I think it's going to be a matter of time, because the more people use Blender, the more it will be replaced, and we'll have more experienced people using it, and so we'll be more to use it. But but yeah, I'm completely open to it. I've kind of dropped Maya because I couldn't take it anymore, and I just been really Houdini all the way from a couple of years now, like at least 5 years now.
Okay.
And then Unreal on support on the side, and then Redshift for the rendering itself, the render engine.
Right.
That's the pipeline I use: Nuke, Redshift, Houdini, Unreal, and then of course Mocha as well to help out. And so there's a couple of other things, satellites around that thing, So
Sure.
But that was a good
when I
question,
was in
yeah.
school. Yeah, when I was in school, Maya and Houdini was what we used.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our, especially obviously for simulations, things like that on the Houdini side.
Yeah.
But I was just curious because I have a good friend of mine who works at ILM, and he's been building some stuff on the back end for Blender and Unreal and Nuke, because he's a Nuke compositor.
Yeah.
And some of the work that comes out of collaborating all of those things together is very impressive. That based, especially if you think of where Blender came from.
Yeah.
It was open source was it like 15, 20 years ago, however long ago it was. But anyways, yeah, so that's it. I just I appreciate the call. I know I'm actually very excited to hear from Pete Draper. That name sounds very familiar for some reason. But yeah, I would love to a class like that, like a production style class, even for something like that, to try to learn all of those things together. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. Of course.
But anyways, I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. It's wonderful to have you here as well, and thank you so much for coming in and for sharing your knowledge and to talk to me. It's always great to have in, and thanks also for being in the show in the second time. I much appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
No problem. Okay, well, anyway, then I'll leave you to it. I'm gonna bring in Pete and see what he has to say as well. Now, the reason why you think Pete is familiar to is because he's the visual effects supervisor of RRR, which is a very famous film from a couple of years ago, which we did a really long episode about on the VFX Notes podcast. So that's probably the most famous production he's done lately, I believe. But of course, he's going to prove me wrong, and he's going to tell me he's doing something even bigger now. So I'm going to bring Pete in and see what he has to say. So, hey Pete, how you doing, my friend? Hey Pete, can you hear me? Hey there.
Hey, you're right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Sorry, I just had to mute the YouTube thing, otherwise I'm getting you in stereo.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit annoying, I know. I do apologize for that.
No.
Yeah. Cool. Well,
I've got to switch this onto here, otherwise I can't hear. It always kind of like here's a little bit muffled, and I can never do these things that complete. I don't know how you do it, mate. It completely enclosed. Either you're hearing yourself back, otherwise I just can't do it. So it's one of the reasons why I kind of stopped doing the. I used to do these kind of like little YouTube things during the COVID times, and I genuinely just kind of ran out of things to say.
Yeah, of course.
Like, what can I talk about? I was trying to let's try and do something once every day, and then by the end of it, I'm like, I've pretty much gone through every single presentation that I've got, and now I've got to do some work, so it just got shelved.
It's not a problem, Pete. I'm going to put you on screen as well so people can see you as well. Although it's a screen with a lot of windows, I apologize for that. I don't really have a way of putting full screen, just the person that is calling me. So Pete, tell me things like first of all, thank you so much for of course. Do you mind to be on the web on the webcam, or do you want me?
Maybe look gorgeous, please.
Well, Pete, tell me things. How are you doing? How is it going? We've never. I don't believe we've talked in person.
We've
talked.
No, we haven't. We've chatted online a few times, but we haven't actually talked in person or anything like that. Nah. Well, for me, this is going to sound really bad, but I kind of got out of the industry about 2 years ago plus, just as the entire strikes was occurring. So I've gone into commercials, working for a company called Riff. We do one of the reasons why I want to come on, because obviously you're talking about AI and generative stuff. So we utilize that to a degree within our creative elements to generate products and generate insertions into content mostly to do with like stuff that's already been out there, things that have already been pushed out already. They're already on platforms and so on. So it's already gone through the production process, and now they want to remonetize it and that kind of stuff. So that's basically in essence what we're doing. But it's like yay big within the scale of like an entire plate. Would you be able to actually do something that's like at 6K, for example? Nothing's going to replace an artist to be able to do that.
Yeah.
You can't fit the thing on a GPU. It's unless you've got something like the size of a small country.
Yeah.
It's way off in the future if it is going to happen.
Yeah.
As soon as like the next camera gets the bigger resolution, the AI is going to be playing catch up. Everything's going to be playing catch up. Tech's going to be playing catch up. It's just like if you remember back in the day, as soon as like Red came out with like a 4K sensor, every single IT department had a meltdown because of like how on earth are we going to be able to support these renders?
Yeah, I remember. I was at the mill when we were doing 720p to try to get to HD because everyone was trying to change to HD, and we were like doing 720p and then upscaling it to make it look like HD, and everyone was just behind. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That's the thing.
Yeah,
that's the context. The historical context is everything, and some of the younger people don't really have that, unfortunately, because they are not like they haven't been in the industry for so long, you know.
I used to have. I didn't used to be this grey. I didn't used to be this grey at the end of the day. I also had hair as well. But this is what the industry does to you kids. Sorry. Gain 50 pounds and get grey hair and bald head. Apart from you, which is a luscious head of hair.
The whole thing is grey hair as well. Like.
But yeah, I mean, going back to what you said earlier about diversifying or getting into other fields, but what you were doing, at the start of your career, was almost a reflection of what I did.
Yeah.
So I did a degree completely unrelated to this. Back then, there was like 1 or 2 universities out there in the UK that actually did animation or visual effects. DMU was one, which is one I was at. I think Middlesbrough were doing one, and I think Bournemouth NCCA were doing it as well. And I think that was about it at the time.
Yeah.
They were very kind of niche. They just got started. And so I was doing engineering IT, and I got into visual effects based off 2 things. One was a short called Grinning Evil Death, which is a beautiful title. And it was on a show called Liquid Television, which used to be on MTV back in like the late 80s, early 90s. That and obviously The Last Starfighter. Well, I saw that when I was 13 and it blew me away, and it just kind of like stuck in my brain. So I got a chance to have a play with some kit when I was at uni, and I got into that. But the showreel that I developed, and I tried to get into games, Derby was like the hub of where Lara Croft was born. So I tried to get the job there, and didn't even get a response to my application. Tried a few other places. I ended up going into what was then called e-learning, CBT. So I was doing CBT animations, Photoshop work, little skits for like France Telecom, BT, just to support the e-learning training that we were developing for these clients. And that helped me diversify my skill set. So being, in essence, it taught me how to be basically a generalist, because you back then you had one bracket. You were artist. That was it. You weren't a rigger. You weren't an animator. You weren't a compositor. You were literally just a artist in this particular field. Yeah. So I stayed within that field for around about a good 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
So I transferred companies a few times, but getting into film wasn't until early 2000s. But that gave me, that experience of doing these other sorts of things, gave me the opportunity to basically be able to, be kind of like a jack of all trades sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then I quit my job stupidly and went freelance, and then got nothing for like 9 months. Absolutely zero. And the thing that got me out of the red was a medical animation company. So I actually ended up doing medical animations for a client in London, so I used to and fro to London to work on this stuff, and that paid and covered all my debts that I had in the 3 months I was doing that. It covered all my debts that I had accrued over like the 8-9 months or so. But it also led me on to another gig, which was a film title job for a client over here in India, which then led me on to forming a studio and going on to another job and then forming a studio after that.
Yeah.
So it kind of like leads on and on. But if I hadn't done these kind of like diversified, different sorts of animations, different sorts of clients, not just sticking within visual effects, not just sticking within film or TV, but going into multimedia, going into different platforms and different territories. I'm not saying that everyone's going to be able to do this, but
Of course.
look outside the box.
Yeah.
This, there's a phrase, this too shall pass.
Yeah.
With caveats.
Yeah. I
think what's happened, as you mentioned earlier on, about why the industry hasn't picked up as much as it was, a few years ago. I think that unfortunately the strikes have given the producers and studio owners time to reevaluate about content, about whether or not this production needs to be greenlit. Are we okay with like what we've got? We're still making money on streaming services by rehashing old stuff or re-releasing. I watched a few titles the other night, and I was like, oh, the VFX on it was really, really nicely put together. Fume work was very good. The comp work was, I couldn't spot anything unless I was going through frame by frame. But the story was garbage. it was so how they're still commissioning stuff, but I don't think that'll get a second film.
Yeah.
So why things are still coming, but I think again, like I said, with caveats.
Yeah.
They're there's not a major tentpole that's kind of like massively on the horizon that everybody's going to suck a lot of artists into the field just yet. I mean, if you look at the actual revenue for film and TV, well, film specifically, in 2023, I think it was like 30 billion, give or take, compared to games, which was something like 300 billion.
Yeah.
So
that's why I started doing so much games and working so much in the games industry, as well, because I it's funny that you mentioned that thing with the medical company. That's how I started as well. Like when I first left Portugal, I left to Sweden, and in Sweden I was hired as an VFX artist for a pharmaceutical animation company, and that was the only thing we did. We did full CG animations for the pharmaceutical company. They looked amazing, but like they were done in 3D Studio Max with V-Ray, Nuke to comp, and they looked amazing. The budgets were really big as well, and that kind of like, I'm really like thinking to myself that's exactly that experience together with the experience of my short films and experience of doing other things, and now also the experience. I'm a huge gamer, so I started doing game cinematics. I started working in engines as well. Started working with games. Because I'm the first, and also not to mention that I was an editor for a very long time and a cameraman as well. So I can kind of like do camera work, and I can do editing, and I can do compositing. I can do, of course, people know me as the Nuke guy, but I'm not really just the Nuke guy. I do other things. I feel like that's kind of how I've been navigating this time, and also every time we have a crisis, I just do other things at that time, and just find other venues. And I do think some people, when I talk with students, sometimes they're a bit obsessed with certain films and certain production companies, certain Hollywood projects.
I would agree.
They get obsessed. I've had students that told me, "No, I don't accept anything except if it's a Game of Thrones show or a Star Wars project." And they're never going to get a job.
The bar is so high for people trying to get there. I mean, one other thing, I think I've seen some of your showreel reviews as well, and again, spot on. Every single one of them, spot on.
Oh, thanks for saying that, Pete. Means a lot to me from you. Means a lot to me from you.
What you do is exactly what we do, and what we have within shot reviews when we do dailies, or when we have a review session with the director. They'll go through, especially when we go to DI, every single thing will go through frame by frame.
Yeah.
And if the slightest thing, it'll kick back. So that level of fidelity one needs to have. And so when people are submitting show reels, if you want to get these big positions, if you want to get these like
you have to be that perfect. Yeah,
you have to be exactly. You've got to have that level of fidelity, because what one will do is, like you said, is they'll go through the show reel again. If you've not got them by 15 seconds in, it's going off, because you've got so many more to look at. You got 100 more to look at before 11 o'clock.
People sometimes comment and give me like a bit of heartache because I'm being too tough, and I kid you not, I'm being too nice. Like, if anything.
Oh yeah, I would agree.
I'm being too nice.
I was watching one the other week. I'm like, you've been a bit lenient, mate. I know you, and obviously, the audience and everything. You don't want to alienate. You don't want to be
I try to find always something positive. I try to always find something constructive, but I do think that my objective with the show reviews is to transmit to all of us watching. I'm reviewing these shots just like if I'm reviewing my own project. So I'm reviewing it just like if I'm VFX supervising in my own project. And it really harkens back to what I used to do a lot at the mill, which would be interviewing people and watching show reels, because I was the head of compositing. So I would meet people every week, have meetings, have interviews, watch the show reels, go through it with a fine tone, and basically hire people for my department. And so I'm just transferring it to YouTube. Basically, I'm being exactly as nasty or not nasty or as picky as I was then, because that's how this industry is. There's no other way of you doing the shots, because they're going to be viewed on a cinema. They're gonna be seen on a 20-meter screen. It has to be good,
I mean, I've had shots. I've had shots kicked back. It's like a pixel was the wrong white value. It was like a little bit too high compared to its live neighbor.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's like, mate, it's going to be shot. It's going to be showcased on a screen that more than likely has not been calibrated. So what's the point? It's like someone will basically pick up on it. I'm like, okay, fair enough. We have to have that level of fidelity. You got to have that that quality. And the same principle goes with reviewing obviously show reels, and you get that level of fidelity and queries within your dailies, within your supervisors, within your daily work. It happens. So
we've had the conversation.
Number one, get used to it. That's going to happen.
But we've had the conversation also that yes, sometimes it's a bit too much, for sure. I've had works and projects where I think they went too far with the reviews and they went too far with the dailies, and I do feel that
the worst one is when they go too far and then it ends up not being in.
Exactly. So I also feel like people also need to understand that this is not a very nice industry sometimes, and I don't agree that sometimes that we have to be so picky, and maybe that's why also like I am a little bit more lenient on the show, and I'm also like a bit more, I try to see a bit more constructive and be more positive, because I don't want to dissuade people, because there is a way of you navigating this, and you could find projects where things are a bit nicer, and it is possible to find better companies, and it is possible to find better clients. And if your client is being toxic, it's also up to you to not deal with that client again. That's also the thing.
I mean, that's the I mean, as far as the artist is concerned, but if you're a soup, you have to deal with that sort of level. You're the buffer. You're the buffer, aren't you? I know. So you have to deal with that.
No, of course. I'm talking about the artists, of course. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the VFX supervisors. I'm talking about the artists themselves. And I've been tough-skinned enough to deal with those things, and I think unfortunately it is not really getting any better, but I'll be honest, Pete, I have now been I'm a bit privileged, of course, because of my position. Like I have been in a position where I now say no to certain things. I do, because if I don't feel like it's working for me, I'll just abandon I will not accept the project. I have a good feeling sometimes when I have the first calls to try to understand if this is going to be a good fit for me or not. And I've started doing that just because of my own mental health, so not because I don't want to be burned out again as I was burned out at the mill.
I've been through the same scenario myself, and I've thankfully been in a situation where I have had the luxury to be able to in my previous life to be able to turn this stuff down. I mean, but for those studios who can't, or for those small companies or independent freelancers who can't, I mean, what's the advice to how to manage these these sorts of clients?
Yeah.
How
Well,
do you manage these sorts of things?
Well,
Managing their expectations or managing their reviews.
Exactly. Well, that has to do with, some people on the audience are talking about this, about having thick skin and about really not taking it personally, and it really has to do with that. You can't take it personally. You can't start an argument. You just have to understand that the person talking to you might not understand what's happening or might not have knowledge enough for that, especially if it's a client or if it's like a producer, if it's like the direct client that you're delivering. So you kind of have to have also patience as well. I just feel that it's not for everyone, because I get a lot of, majority of the people that send me show reels to my show always say the same thing on the beginning of their presentation, like when they're introducing themselves. They say they want to become a VFX supervisor. And I kind of feel that not everyone should be a VFX supervisor. Not everyone will be able to be a VFX supervisor, because I spend more time managing than I'm spend working.
Yeah.
So, and I think
that's totally true. I mean, you're doing a lot more obviously on shot reviews. I do when I was running Makuta, I did used to jump on shots, if it needed me to, or I did workflows or build models, etc., or develop scenes, etc. If I need to in whatever platform we were utilizing at the time. But like you say, it is a lot more kind of like hands off, but overseeing. I actually there was a point around about 2013, I think it was, when I was working on a shot, and I worked out that my attention was actually the rest of the guys was they were suffering because of my lack of attention.
Yeah.
I wasn't having time to review shots. I wasn't having time to sit in dailies. I wasn't having time. So I was literally getting my head down and getting these particular shots done. So after I wrapped those, I took a conscious decision. Said, right, I'm stepping back. I'm not going to work shots anymore. I'm going to oversee the rest of the lads. I'm going to oversee the rest of the pipeline, build tools, build processes, so that data flows through and communicates neatly. So I became more of my kind of pipeline TD sort of role in essence, to get shots out the door and make sure producers were happy and directors could see stuff on a whim after they needed to, and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean communication is the primary thing. When we were dealing with clients, it's with any kind of creative, the one kind of like thing is I always tend to use, and this is like anyone can take this. This is fine. This is my little trick. And now I'm going to give it away to anyone who works with me in the future. It's going to be like, you get. It's always ensuring that every single. The problem is with the visual effects is that it's like a black box for any director who doesn't know about the process, who doesn't understand it, or any producer who doesn't understand it. It's a black box which is basically got a door with it's a magic cake making machine. You open the door, you chuck the ingredients in, you shut the door, and then stuff happens, and then out pops a cake in the other end. But if you've not fed in the method of exactly, okay, I want it white, I want it, purple around the rim, I want it, happy birthday, Dave on it, I want it, chocolate, half chocolate, with like pink icing in the middle. If you're not real specific about what you want, what's going to come out the other end is not going to be exactly what you got up here. So what I always tend to ask is like two things. Number one is, granular as much as possible, even to the point of being annoying, to get obviously as much, from the client as physically possible. And then when I'm doing reviews, if I'm communicating verbally, or even if I'm communicating over, WhatsApp or whatever, or even over, over a production platform or in person, the one simple thing to basically say is, this is what I think. What do you think?
Yeah.
And it's that last word. What do you think? This is this, blah, 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 blah. This is because of that. That's happening like that. What do you think?
Yeah. Makes a huge difference.
What's your opinion? But if you're leaving that out, it basically says to them, this is it. This is final. This is what you're going to get. And then the back comes up, and then basically they start getting, okay, right, no, I want this, because they're not being asked for their opinion as a creative.
Yeah.
So I've actually reduced, just by using those few words, I've actually reduced the number of corrections just by giving the assumption that there is the ability for additional creativity if necessary, or a change from there, or an input from their side.
Yeah.
But it's actually, you know, it reduced it by about 40% of kickbacks that we used to get. So it's like, no, you're right. That's why. Okay, I understand. Yes, I appreciate that. Okay, fine. Move on.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
it's yeah, everyone in the film industry is basically a creative, so it's just having that kind of. I think we've got off tangent a little bit.
Of course we did. It's fine. Don't worry, Pete. But I think you know, I also have other people on the call to talk as well, and I also want to do a break as well. I think it's.
I've got to jump into that, but the question, I think there was a question the guy asked earlier about why do we shift to Blender.
Oh yeah,
that was it. So I will answer that before I jump. All right, because
I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
That's fine. So why do we go to Blender? We did experiment with it like around about a few years earlier, and unfortunately I didn't get anything out of it what I wanted to get out of it. But when 2.8 came out, we started reevaluating it, and it kind of came around the same time as my 3-year max subscription was due to lapse.
Yeah. And
I was like, okay, let's experiment, let's try. And you're not sponsored by Autodesk, are you, by any way?
No.
Right, okay, right. Just gonna say this.
This stream, by the way, this stream is not sponsored at all. There's no connection to corporate whatsoever. It's a completely private stream, so don't worry. But because for people who don't know on the chat, you know, you used it because people who don't know on the chat, Pete here is the supervisor of RRR, which is you majority of the film, the CG was done in Blender, wasn't it?
From our side,
from your side,
from our side, yeah. And we did the stupidest thing what you never do in a production. We changed software partway through the project. You never do that. And there was a reason why we did do that was twofold. Number one, like I say, my subscription for Max was just expiring, and they hiked the figure by around an extra, I think it was like 60-70%.
Yeah.
At that time, they gave me a deal. Previously, they weren't going to honor it the next time round. And I was up and knowing about it for about a good 4 or 5 months. Experimented with Blender in the interim. We did a dry run with it, a wet run rather, on another film with just like around about 4 shots, and it came out really nice.
Yeah,
I was really kind of happy with it. So we thought, okay, we'll wrap this one scene, which is kind of like its own walled garden. None of the assets that we've got here are going to be used anywhere else in the film.
Yeah,
let's get all that signed off. Let's get it cut down. Let's get it all wrapped up and signed off by DI. Everything's going to be fine, and then we don't need to come back to it. So we did that. And then just at that particular time, I got a sales call. I was getting them every day towards the end of the subscription, to the point where this one woman went, "You're going to renew your subscription." I'm like, I'm still evaluating. She goes, "You can't run your company without us."
Oh my God.
Oh, you just watch me. There was possibly an expletive in there, but yeah, it was like, and it was at the end of the day, it was my I'm not going to say the word, but to Autodesk.
Well done, my friend. Well done.
We ended up doing. We still had some legacy versions of Max that we utilized for like effects and for some crowd work. And we had some legacy versions of Maya, so some of the guys were still my guys, and they couldn't migrate. So we were utilizing it primarily for rendering and for lighting and whatever. And I think it took around about 2 months for the guys to get to speed.
Yeah,
and that was it. And then everything else went swimmingly. As far as Unreal is concerned, we used it entirely in the closing sequence within the forest. So all the background, hero ones in the foreground were Blender, background ones were Unreal, and I think we turned out all those shots, and I think it was about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So it was pretty fun.
Well, Pete, congratulations, because as you know from my podcast with Ian, I I keep saying this online, that RRR was my favorite film that year. And so
Yeah, I saw your review of it. I'm like,
I love the film. The film is absolutely stunning and it's absolutely amazing. And not only your company, but every company and every vendor on the project was amazing. And it's an amazing job.
I mean, hats off to Srini Rasamana, who's the primary VFX soup on it.
Yeah.
You know, he did a sterling job on it all, and obviously, you know, the director.
Yeah.
You know, he's stuck
super nice guy as well. I've talked a few times with him on LinkedIn. Super nice guy. Such a nice and open person. I asked a lot of questions. He answered everything. It was great.
And he's one of the people that we'd like to call a unicorn. He's a director who knows and understands the VFX process and knows how to utilize it to a point where he's actually doubled as a soup sometimes. He's like, somebody just goes off and sets up a blue screen. I'm like, that's my job.
Well, Pete, thank you so much for calling. I'm gonna leave you to it then. I know you're a busy man, and I have other people to get into call as well. I need to do the break as well. Thank you so much for being here and to give us so much knowledge. It was really thank you so much for that.
Thanks, mate, and say hi to Ian for us.
Okay, I'll do that. See you later. Bye.
All right, take care. Bye.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much, Pete, for being here. We should have done a break a long time ago, so it's about half an hour ago. Don't worry, everyone. Like, we will have time for more questions and more talks and more everything. I know Sajal is waiting to be in the call for a while. I think also, I believe there was someone else on trying to get. Yeah. Kay was also trying to come into the call. Kay, if you want to come back, you can come back as well. I'm going to do a break. As you all know, we do 10-minute break. We do responsible streams here. So we're going to do a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes. And then we'll have the first giveaway, and also we'll basically have the rest of the show. We're going to continue with the radio show. Now, while we're doing a break, as I usually do, I'm going to be running some ads for my own channel, not ads from YouTube. So I'll be running a commercial for Anna's amazing green recipes for all book. So you can check it if you want, or you can skip it if you want. I'll also pass an ad for my online course as well. But it will be exactly 10 minutes. So if you want, you can time the 10 minutes and then you don't need to watch any of the ads. I'll put a timer as well on my side as well. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot more people to talk today. And I'll see you all very soon.
Hello everyone! I'm super excited to give you a glimpse of my first cookbook, Green Recipes for All, featuring over 50 dishes inspired by amazing Mediterranean food. Inside you can find recipes made with a variety of fresh, healthy and versatile ingredients and popular plant-based products. These are great choices whether you already follow a plant-based diet or simply wish to cook a few weekly meat-free meals to reduce your overall meat consumption. In the book, you'll find a wide range of new and exclusive recipes, from soups and big salads to main courses and desserts, as well as some of the most popular recipes here on my channel, such as the perfectly cooked non-stick rice or the tabbouleh-style bulgur and mixed bean salad. Not forgetting a new version of the delicious tofu chocolate mousse. So, if you'd like to have a look at my book and try some of the recipes, just visit any Amazon marketplace and order a copy, which is available in hardcover, paperback or digital formats. Hope you enjoyed the book, have fun cooking, and see you next time.
Are you interested in learning compositing? My Nuke course is currently 50% off. Join today to have access to 150 pre-recorded classes, 50 hours of training, using real production assets covering industry standard techniques with over 200 gigs of showreel material and access to a private Discord channel with over 2,300 students. This course is endorsed by Foundry and has access to a Foundry student license paid separately. Join today at hugosdesk.myshopify.com. Are you interested in learning compositing? My Nuke course is currently 50% off. Join today to have access to 150 pre-recorded classes, 50 hours of training, using real production assets covering industry standard techniques with over 200 gigs of showreel material and access to a private Discord channel with over 2,300 students. This course is endorsed by Foundry and has access to a Foundry student license paid separately. Join today at hugosdesk.myshopify.com.
Hello everyone! I'm super excited to give you a glimpse of my first cookbook, Green Recipes for All, featuring over 50 dishes inspired by amazing Mediterranean food. Inside you can find recipes made with a variety of fresh, healthy and versatile ingredients and popular plant-based products. These are great choices whether you already follow a plant-based diet or simply wish to cook a few weekly meat-free meals to reduce your overall meat consumption. In the book, you'll find a wide range of new and exclusive recipes, from soups and big salads to main courses and desserts, as well as some of the most popular recipes here on my channel, such as the perfectly cooked non-stick rice or the tabbouleh-style bulgur and mixed bean salad. Not forgetting a new version of the delicious tofu chocolate mousse. So, if you'd like to have a look at my book and try some of the recipes, just visit any Amazon marketplace and order a copy, which is available in hardcover, paperback or digital formats. Hope you enjoyed the book, have fun cooking, and see you next time.
Okay, we are back. Thank you so much for sticking around. So that was a break. I hope you've had like something to drink and everything. I brought my own drink. As I keep saying on every episode, I'm not sponsored by Green Cola, but I do recommend Green Cola. It's a great alternative to Diet Coke and to Coca-Cola Zero because it doesn't have the nasty acids that break your teeth. So hopefully they're a sponsor someday. Oh, sorry about that. Hopefully they're a sponsor someday. But in the meantime, let's just hear the typical sound, which is so nice. It's really hot in London today for some reason. Green Cola, the choice for green screen and visual effects artists. I need to work on that. Try to find some other word. Okay, so we have a lot people. someone in the chat is asking, Mikael. Hey, Mikael, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. What topics were discussed? You know, Mikael, the typical topics. No jobs, AI, no jobs, AI. That's it. We talked a little bit about visual effects supervisors as well. We had one of the visual effects supervisors of RRR, the very famous Indian movie for a lot of visual effects. He was on the show chatting as well about visual effects supervision as well. So that was great. You can always go back because you can always go backwards as well. In the meantime, I have a link that I'm gonna share. We have also giveaways. I'll do the giveaway in a second, maybe after we do a call or two. And we have two giveaways today. We're doing 2 times. We're giving away the Nuke course. Also, of course, goes without saying that, and I'll put it on the screen. I believe that's where's my screen there? I lost it. No, here it is. So that would be this one here. So I need to like do that. No, that one. Yes, that one. That's the one I want to do. So 2. That's the one. Oh, that's not the one that I wanted to do. That one I wanted to do. So that's the giveaway we're doing. So obviously I've left a link on the chat already. So, and it's also on the top of the chat. If you don't want to wait for the giveaway, you can also kind of like buy the course as well if you want to. So that's the giveaway link. We'll do 2 of them today. If you don't want to wait, or if you don't get the giveaway, the courses are 50% off right now. A trailer of the course was on this break. Also, if you want to have some good food, there's the link to buy my wife's book, Anna's book, Green Recipes for All, which I've been discussing in a while as well, so which is next to me here, which is available. Great Christmas gift. In the meantime, I'll leave the link on the chat to join the call. So just do that as well. Okay, so join radio here. Join radio. That's the link. It's a Google link. It's a Google link. And so let's see if anyone else wants to dive in to the show. Okay. So hopefully, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, my mistake. That was not the thing that I wanted to show. It was this one here. Apologies for that. So it would be this like that. Yes. Okay, cool. So if anyone wants to join the show, we have multiple people waiting. So I'll get to everyone. So I definitely think John... So Sajel, apologies for this, but I think John was here even before you, much before you. So I'm going to bring in John because they've been waiting for a while. So I'm going to bring... And then I'll do you, Sajel, and then I'll do Mikhail as well. So the link is on the chat. So any topic is open to discussion. It doesn't really need to be what's on the screen. But let's bring in John and see what he has to say. Okay, John, you are in. Can you hear me?
Hi, Hugo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Yes. Thank you so much for joining, my friend. Apologies that you waited such a long time.
Yeah, no worries. Long time no talk. I believe the last time that I went onto your show for a review was 2 to 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And congratulations with your amazing success. Like you've been doing some amazing work online and with some stunning CG pieces and some short sequences. It's been really great to see. So congratulations on that.
Thank you so much. I was actually about to say that I thank you for posting so many contents lately. It is incredible how you have been posting almost every day. I see my notification popping up.
I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry. I know that can be annoying as well.
No, it's great because there's a time earlier this year that I was so frustrated and so confused about where the CG industry is going because of so many AI development happening. Like every day when I open my Instagram and Twitter, it is just everything about AI. And at that time, I was starting to get into Houdini, and I spent an enormous amount of time in Houdini just to regain what I can do in Cinema 4D, and that was very demotivating. Seeing how people just prompt things here and there so quickly, and seeing a couple of seeing how you voice out about AI in many occasions, and in your YouTube channel, in your podcast as well. It is very motivating and inspires me to just keep on doing what I love and not worry.
Of course. And I understand that, none of us knows really where this is going, but I just kind of have a feeling that I don't want everyone to just be so negative that they all abandon the industry, because I do think that the industry still exists somewhere. We just need to kind of try to navigate this next phase. And like I said on my last video, this short video I posted on YouTube about this topic, I do feel that people also have to look into this as well. I know a lot of people hate AI and they don't really want to have anything to do with it, but I do think that people also need to investigate and also research themselves without believing the hype, and really looking into themselves, into these tools, and seeing what can be gained from them and how can you develop as a better artist by using some of them, maybe the ones that are maybe more legal and the ones that are more, more transparent with what's happening. So I don't know. Again, John, thank you so much for saying that. I just feel that I don't know what's going to happen at all. Maybe I'll be all wrong, and in a year from now, the industry is evaporated. I kind of doubt that will happen, because we've had a lot of crises in the past, and we're still all here. So I feel like a lot of times I do feel that the internet tends to amplify things to the max, and that's unfortunate, of course, but we also have to live with that. So yeah, I don't have any answers. Just try my best to uplift as much people as I can, and I also want to have a platform for people to talk, and that's why I brought back the radio show, which I used to do on Twitch. So I think I'm on Twitch as well, of course. I'm doing it on both places at the same time right now. But I mean, it's majority of the people are on YouTube. I have like 70 people watching on YouTube right now, and I have like 10 people on Twitch. So Twitch is a bit dead for the platform, but that's fine for me, at least for my platform. But I try my best to open the mic for people to talk, and maybe as a community we can work this out. Maybe, I hope so, at least, you know, because I don't want the community to disappear, and I don't want the industry to vanish as well. But we definitely have to transform with it, and we have to adapt to it, because as much as we can go to Twitter, complain about AI, it's not going to go anywhere. You know, like it's, you know, and just like Pete is saying on YouTube here, it is a roll of the dice right now, and it's low resolution, and it won't hold up for a review, but it's definitely going to get there at some point, and definitely we all should be looking into it as a support method for the creative process, for sure. So I think it's not there yet, and that's why I keep telling people to continue to study, and I keep telling people not to give up, because the reason I did that video was because so many students of mine were contacting me saying, oh, I'm not going to even bother, I'm not even going to learn this. And the fact of the matter is that there's still work to do, and there's still projects and still films and still TV shows to be done, not to mention your own work as well needs to be done as well. So I feel people they should not believe that big hype that is existing on Twitter primarily, where you see these final shots. People need to realize that, first of all, Twitter's compression is terrible, and so some of the shots have a lot of artifacts, but you're watching it on a really small screen on Twitter. And some of the shots are highly processed. Some of them are not really what they outputted from the engine of AI, and they actually been painting over and comping over and processing those frames as well. So, like I say on my video, sometimes it's a bit about getting more valuation to that company so the company can be bought by someone else. So there's a lot of that happening, and people just need to inform themselves and try to navigate this themselves without believing everything they hear in social media, you know.
Yeah. Well,
But John, how has that impacted your work? Like, are you actually trying it and testing it as well, or how's it going for you?
So for people listening that do not know, I'm an architect. So I do primarily concept design, and then so what I do will be passed on to architects and draftsmen that do the drawings, and I primarily use Houdini and Redshift as my on my day-to-day work.
Yeah.
I've been testing using Comfy UI for upscaling a lot of interior renders, especially. But I would almost say I've never got a version that either me or my seniors are happy with, because when you are the designer, you have to be specific, and you want to make decisions about everything. I mean, the only AI part that I can really utilize is just upscaling or denoising. So
which is machine learning, and we've been using that for a long time. Like, I've been denoising with those kind of tools and using machine learning tools for years now. Like, that is different. I think that's different from the generative AI tools that are out there. And I really recommend everyone to look into the machine learning tools, both on DaVinci, both on Nuke as well with Copycat, and a lot of those tools are incredibly helpful, you know, to develop better projects and even really save your skin sometimes, you know, because for a long time now lately, I've been rendering 2.5K renders and delivering them in 4K with upresing, you know, and it's been beautiful. It's been working really well, and it really saves me a lot of render time, and it saves me a lot of problems, you know. So yeah. Oh, someone on the chat is photos is saying it would be nice to know the name of the speaker. I do apologize for that. That's a good point. I need to find a way to put the name up on the screen. So I'll try to see if I can build that for next time, because we're going to be doing these every time. So currently, who's speaking right now? Maybe you should be the one introducing yourself so people know.
Yeah, so my full name is K. John Yim. I am an architect based in London, and I used to use Rhino, and then slowly transition to Cinema 4D, and then since last year has been transitioning to Houdini and Redshift.
Yeah. Go ahead, John.
No, so I was just wondering if it is okay to shamelessly plug my YouTube channel as well.
Of course, you go ahead. Of course, I was gonna. It's funny enough you saying that. I'm literally opening your Instagram, and I was gonna do that now. So I was gonna do that, but yeah, let's go and do all of them. Go for it.
Yeah.
So
because
I
just posted a Halloween themed project earlier today. So
I'll start by posting on the chat your Instagram, and then I'll keep doing the other ones as well. So and I'll put them on screen as well. Oh, this is funny. You're actually I just noticed now on YouTube. No, sorry, on Instagram. I'll put it on the screen in a second. But I'm basically, guys, I'm putting on the chat both Instagram and John's YouTube channel as well. And it's funny that you are followed by a very close friend of mine. I just noticed now on Instagram, which is João Pombeiro, which is an artist that well, I'll put it on the screen so you know what I mean. I have it here on this screen. Sorry, I was on the wrong screen. So this would be, sorry, but apologies for that. So that's the Instagram account of John, which I've posted on the chat already. And I was just mentioning this because, funnily enough, you're also followed by João Pombeiro. João Pombeiro is a very long time friend of mine from school, from art school. So it's funny that he's following your account as well. Yeah, he's like back when I was 18, he was one of my colleagues from art. He's an artist. He's a painter and an artist in Portugal. And he does video art and he does music videos and everything. But yeah, so it's interesting to see that he's following you as well. Which is nice. Okay, so this is the work you're talking, right? Like the Halloween theme is, which one is it? No, it's still down here. That's the one you're talking about, right? This one here.
Wrong page.
Wrong page? Sorry. Is it the first post?
First post.
Okay, cool. That's the first post.
On the left.
Cool.
Yeah.
That one, right?
No. Sorry, there's a lag in the video. It's the top one with the three girls.
I'll do this. I'll share my screen so that you can be seeing what I'm also sharing with everyone. It's probably going to be best to do that way. So that's what people are seeing. So you're talking about not this. You can see my mouse now, right? Not this one. You're talking about which one then?
So I think you just got I think you got the right one. I just there's a lag, so I was.
Oh, sorry. This is the one. Yeah. Okay. So you basically post. You're doing an amazing job on Instagram for sure, and YouTube as well. So that's the last thing you did, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Cool. And so I've left a link on the chat if everyone wants to kind of follow John here. Go ahead. He also has a really great YouTube channel as well, which is at K_John him. And go ahead and also support his channel as well. I've posted on the chat as well. Go ahead and put a subscribe and a like and support your fellow friends and artists. Support them because we need your support as much as we need it now. So I'll put the chat. I'll put it on the. Yeah, I've already put it on the chat, so I'll put it on here as well. Again, so people are asking, how did you do the carrot animation? Is it mocap or is it like someone was asking that? They're talking about this project probably.
Yeah, so they are a mix of mocap and and motions from the Revolution Actor Core library.
Cool. You have this on YouTube as well, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
So I'll put it on full screen then, because it's probably easier for people to see it, to watch it. It's about 1.5 minutes. I won't put sound because it's probably going to be flagged, but people then can see it in full screen. Yeah, so tell me one thing, John, because I noticed that you always making these projects on your channel, both on YouTube channel and also on Instagram. These projects are side gigs, right? Like you're not being paid or being hired. They're just like your personal projects, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't get money for any projects that I do. They're just personal passion projects.
Cool. And you do it on your spare time, and is that yeah. It's wonderful work. Like, congratulations. I've been following you for a long time, and you've been on the show a few times, like you said, and it's really great to see your wonderful work. And please, everyone, just go and follow on YouTube and follow on Instagram and support John here with the wonderful content he's creating, you know. So, John, what else would you like to talk about? We can leave your videos on the background while we're chatting. What else would you like to talk about?
Well, actually, something unexpected that I hear on the show earlier is about talking about the Blender use in the VFX industry. I'm also curious to know how popular it is, because like Blender recently came into my radar because sometimes when I was using Houdini, I felt like a lot of the technical aspect of it takes away the joy of being an artist, and I was trying to find a middle ground. And then I came across Entagma on YouTube, which do a lot of Houdini tutorials, but then they have been posting a lot about Blender geometry notes lately. But no, I'm just wondering. Do you see a future where Blender will become something like Maya or even Houdini?
I actually do, yeah, and I think we had on the show Pete talking about the use of Blender in RRR. I actually do think so. You know why I think that? Because Blender is being used by the entire new generation of artists, which are YouTubers and creatives and Twitch streamers, and everyone is using Blender. There are so many people using Blender right now on that level, on private projects, on personal projects, on short films and films. So eventually, we'll have an entire new generation of artists that are going to get jobs which will know Blender very well because they've been trying and using it since very, very young age. And so I think what will happen is the industry itself will shift because it has no choice. You know, the reason we all use Maya is because there was way more artists using Maya than were Max artists, and that's why Maya is the standard, because there was more Maya artists. And I think that will change. I think now younger people are all using Blender because it's free, the same way they're using DaVinci, instead of using Premiere or Final Cut. And the same time, I would even say that maybe like it might even happen with Fusion and Nuke as well, because at the end of the day, free stuff always wins. And especially in Blender's situation, Blender is not only free, but it's also much better than Maya. And so it becomes like, well, why wouldn't you use it? You know, I feel like that's the thing. Obviously, the corporate side of things, corporate companies tend to be fixated with support. And so that's why they like Autodesk, because they have a number to call. They have support teams. And when a big company has a pipeline, I remember when I was at the mill, the Autodesk management and sales team, they would come into the company and talk with the artists and get feedback, and because the mill was paying millions per year for the entire subscription base of the company, because there was like so many artists. And by the way, I'm just looping your stuff here so that people can see it. I'm going to jump. Apologies that I'm getting commercials on YouTube. Not that I want to, but I'm forced to. I'm just going to keep looping your work in the background here. I think a lot of companies are obsessed with having proper support, like corporate support, so that they can ask for support immediately. Like, if we had a crash at the mill, we would call Autodesk, and they would have to be there in 24 hours to fix it up and to clean it up. That might be the only problem with Blender, is because it's not a proper supported corporate application. There might be certain companies that might be a bit afraid of it because of that. On the other hand, we live in a new world where a lot of things are fixed online, and a lot of IT people are inside the companies. They can fix themselves. So maybe I'll be wrong on that side. I do feel that Blender really has an opportunity here to become a standard, because there's such a big number of artists using it. So, and I hope it does. Blender is an amazing story, and it's an amazing story of success, and really what I would like to have in the future for visual effects, and you see Kingsley here. Kingsley on the chat here is saying, do you think the lack of customer support will prevent Blender from being used in the future? I definitely think for the big companies it will. But I think for the smaller companies, it doesn't matter, because they don't need support anyway. They can't even pay the millions that Autodesk would want, So it's a bit like a two-side story, Like maybe large companies would prefer Adobe and Autodesk because they have people to call, but then smaller studios and independent studios will not care about that at all, So I think that's it really. How I see it, So
yeah.
At the end of the day, though, John, I keep saying this to everyone I meet, all my students, everyone I have on these calls. The core skills are the important ones, not the software. So if you become a good artist with good lighting capabilities, good composition capabilities, good depth of field, knowing how to deal with photography, knowing how to deal in how to make a good image, doesn't matter if you're using Maya, Houdini, or Blender. Some of the most talented artists I've met in this industry, both on my time at the mill or Sony or Fire.Smoke or wherever company I worked at Nexus, or even at Rebellion, all the companies that I worked in my life, and there's been many, a lot of people that are on those companies that are amazing artists, sometimes they're using really old software. And it doesn't matter. Like, I've met people that make things in, like, at the time, very old versions of softwares, like softwares that were already not even supported. I've been in projects where people were still using XSI, and XSI is not even supported anymore. Yeah. I've had projects where Photoshop was already Photoshop SS7. People were still using Photoshop 7. I've met people using like 4 or 5 versions earlier than the latest version that is out. It doesn't matter which software you're using. It matters the skill set that you put into that work that you're doing. So I think Blender, Maya, Houdini, if you're a really good artist, like a good animator or a good lighting artist, you will eventually be able to do good lighting on any 3D application if you just put a couple of months of training into that application in the beginning, I'll give an example. You're doing these now, and you're mainly you're using Blender for the majority, aren't you? Like as the main, like Houdini, right? Like Houdini and Blender, wasn't that? That's what you're saying, right?
No. I haven't. No, I don't use Blender.
Sorry.
Use
Houdini, yeah. But you see, you're such a talented artist. I'm sure if you would have put the time to learn Blender for a couple of months, you would probably be able to transfer your skill set to it. I have the great example of all times with this. When I was still the head of department at the mill, we had an artist that came in, had a really good showreel, and very talented artist. And this person, he's a really talented supervisor now. He's called Martin Carlson, and he he basically came in to get a job, and he had a really good artistic background, a lot of art direction, a lot of After Effects, a lot of Photoshop work, a lot of Illustrator work. And I truly believed that he would be an amazing Nuke artist as well, and he didn't know Nuke at all. Came into the company, we hired him, and then he learned Nuke on the job, and now he knows Nuke as well, besides the other things as well. So he could transfer his skill sets to another application. I think that's why I don't believe that the people need to be more agnostic. That's how I feel for the future of this industry. They need to learn the core skills so they can be good at any application, instead of just considering a specific skill set of just Blender or just Maya or just Nuke,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I don't want to take any more of your time.
It's not a problem, John, and you're always welcome here, of course. And thank you so much for sharing your amazing work as well with us. I'm just gonna put it. So go ahead, everyone. Just go and support John. Follow his Instagram. Follow his YouTube. I've already put links on the chat here. So. And John, you're always welcome, of course, to come to the show. We're going to start doing these radio shows very often. I haven't really considered how often I'm going to do them, but at least once a month. But maybe I'll start having more of them instead of just once a month. But yeah, have a great day, John. And yeah, we have a few other people waiting, so I'm going to bring them in as well for the show for them to talk as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time, and I'll try to catch you next time when you have the Coin Radio Show.
Of course. No, not a problem. Not a problem. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Okay, so now we're going to jump into our next contestant. Basically, we have... Sajal has been waiting for a while, so I have two people waiting right now. Pondell is waiting, and Sajal is waiting. Before I put anyone on the show, I'm going to also put... the link as well for people. The link is on the top of the chat, by the way, so you can always join there. But I'm going to bring Sajal and just see what he has to say as well. So Sajal, how are you doing, my friend? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good. Let me pause so there's no audio loops.
Yeah, sure. Sajal, do you want me to put your screen on the show, or do you mind, or do you don't want to?
To you. All good.
All good. Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna put you on the screen so that people can see you as well, and that will be probably. Just give me a second. I haven't really found a very good way to do this, apart from because Google is so kind of messed up sometimes. So it takes me.
You're using OBS, right?
Sorry. No. I'm not using OBS. No, I'm using I'm using the Blackmagic NTN Mini Extreme to stream directly from Blackmagic's box. But I have OBS as well. But OBS is streaming to Twitch, so I have because I'm streaming on both places at the same time. That's why I need two different applications. But this is the best I can get. I can get you like this now, and it's side by side. So, my friend, thank you so much for being on the show. You've been on the show so many times, and you're a good friend of the show. You're a moderator. We've worked together as well. So, thank you so much for being here. What do you have to say? And I know you've been waiting for a long time. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, change up the topic a little bit instead of AI and whatnot. And I was thinking probably I actually wanted to ask a question to you and Pete, to be honest.
Okay. I think Pete is still on the show. I think he's been here in and out, so I think he's still here.
Yeah. So the thing is, I'm sure you guys would have seen this a lot in industry for sure, that sometimes a project starts and there are two things that happens. One is they say, hey, we had deadline yesterday, or they make a false crunch, and then suddenly you deliver on that and people just disappear on months to go without releasing any payments and everything, and they'll wake up after 3-6 months, whatever, and they'll come back and say, hey, we need to finish this. So that was one question. Have you guys had something like that in your careers, and if yes, how did you deal with that kind of situation? And
of not being paid, right? Of not having to. Sorry.
Yeah, for a long time, like the pay will come for sure, but like the duration is so much, it's crazy. Like this happened to me recently, and that's why I thought like maybe it might be a nice thing to talk, because if you push the agencies, like I mean, the person at the agency is doing a job, we are doing business, and they also obviously don't have control. I see their point of view where they are stuck, but like I was just thinking like how to deal with these kind of situations.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing that has happened a lot over the career is you bid for X amount of work, saying like we'll do this, we'll create a castle with some explosions, whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then somewhere in between, people start becoming creative, and then we all know the versions go up and something totally different comes out, and
Mm-hmm.
we end up working beyond scope of work. So that was my question, and especially a little bit for Pete, because he has worked in Indian industry, so
Yeah.
he knows the psychology of people over here for sure.
Yeah.
But even globally, I think it should be more or less the same, isn't it?
Well, this is a really great question. So, first of all, Sejal, this used to happen to me a lot in Portugal, and this is one of the reasons I left Portugal. Because people keep asking, people sometimes say on the comments, Hugo, why aren't you not in Portugal? It's such good weather. Yeah, it's good weather, but no one gets paid. And Portugal has the tendency to pay people in 6 months, especially if you're doing a job for a corporate or for a government project. You would get paid in 6 months. You'll be lucky if you get 3 months. And so I left because of that. And still to this day, I left Portugal in 2006. So it's been like 20 years, almost 20 years. It's been 18 years since I left Portugal. Still to this day, I'm still owed money from Portuguese projects. So still have 2 projects that I've never been paid. And I've given up even telling them or asking them. That's fine. They can keep the money and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. The thing with this is that then I moved to Sweden, completely different ballpark, where I was getting paid right away. Like I do a job and I get paid the next day, which is very surprising to me. Or I would get a salary every month, like Nikki is saying on Twitch, like getting staggered payments during the project. That was my experience in Sweden. First as staggered payments and then as salary staff. And then I moved to Britain, and in Britain is really good. Like I usually wait a month. It's become a bit worse now. Like, first of all, it started being a month. Now it's become like 2 months. So it's kind of like hit and miss a bit. So it's getting a bit worse here as well. But normally I get paid a month later. With some exceptions, I have some clients that pay me right away. Like I finish a project and they pay me in PayPal the next day. So that's some more modern clients kind of do that way. So it's a bit of hit and miss. But to answer, this is a long answer, I'm sorry, because I was just like telling you my experience. But the way I solved all of this was that regardless what I'm doing, my quote always goes out saying that you have to pay 50% first. And if they don't say yes, fuck it, I'm not doing the job. That's the first thing I do. Like it's on my terms and conditions. You need to pay 50% in advance. If you don't pay 50% in advance, I'm not even starting this job. And some clients say, no, we can't do that. And then maybe I do an agreement, and I had clients negotiated with me and said, can we do 25%? And I said, okay, let's do that. I've also had clients that negotiated with me and they did it every month, like especially jobs if it's 6 months. Okay, you guys going to split the payment for 6 installments. I'll get installment by installment, almost like a salary. But I'll kid you not, if the company doesn't pay me 50% in advance, or if they don't pay me a salary every month staggered like Nikki is saying on Twitch, I don't even look at the job. I just say, no, it's not for me, not interested, goodbye. That's it, because that's a red flag. And I just don't want to have to deal with waiting 7 months and 6 months, because a lot of companies take the opportunity to earn interests with money. So they get the money, like the thousands of pounds from the clients, they put it on an account to gain interests, and then that's why they don't pay you. They have the money, it's just that they're earning interests on it. So that's what I do, and I know I've lost jobs because of this, But hey, did I want them in the first place? Maybe not. Like, because those jobs was going to become a pain. And man, I'm reading here on the chat. This is horrible. Look, Freyoshi on Twitch is saying he's waited 2 years for a payment. Jesus Christ. Like, we have here, basically, where was it? It was like Uber Rec is like saying that he waited 7 months to get paid. This is terrible. Like, I'm sorry, guys, that you guys are passing through this, but maybe start considering trying to put it in writing on your quote, on the last page of the quote, saying 50% in advance. Because even if it goes, if the shit hits the fan, at least you got 50%. You know, so I at least it's something. That would be the only way I could say that I would do a job, Sajal. And I'm not sure if India allows you to do that, but maybe now you can answer.
I also do that for sure. Like, if there is no 50%, I'm sorry, not going to start work.
Yeah.
And
so you're having a problem getting the other 50%. Is that the issue you're having?
And finishing the project, you know, like, just get it out. Like, I don't want to have really huge files stored on me for such a long period of time where, like, you know, it's frustrating. Just keeping so this project, I won't say company name and all that, but they came and we were awarded the job because we guaranteed we'll deliver it for them in very unreasonable timelines, like almost impossible. So I literally had to hire a micro team and scale up things over here just to deliver that. And we exhausted our budgets and we delivered on time, on the date. After that, agency goes quiet. The client goes quiet for quite a long time. And then they come up with small changes, not huge, but again, there are changes, which means man hours, and I have to pay someone else. So controlling that shit is, I think, really important. But I think if I lawyer up and have like a very black and white contract, then I'm also a bit worried that maybe it might not work in India if I send so many to-dos. I mean, for longer projects, I go like 40, 30, 30 or something like that, with staggered payments as well. But this has been an issue. And again, I have had things where I was not paid for 9 months because of a misunderstanding in agency and client. There has been times where I've lost money, just like you said, you have lost in Portugal. I've lost with some studios, and I just don't work with them no more, with people who I've had that experience. But
no, I've been lucky enough that happened in Portugal. It only happened to me once in the UK, where I had a job where I lost money because the company that I was dealing with wasn't honest with me, and so I lost money on that job. But well, guess what? I'm never working with them again. So that's the thing. Like, that's the decision I made. And I understand some people on the chat saying, you know, Rek is saying like, well, I'm worried that I'm gonna lose my client and I'm gonna, you know, have a problem with them if I pressure them and I ruin the relationship. But my advice to everyone is like, if you have a relationship problem, if this is happening, you already have a relationship problem. So if you have a relationship problem, then shouldn't we be finding other clients, you know? So and I know this is easier than, you know, it's not easy. And I know I can talk and people just have to pay the bills, and that's how it goes. But just consider that maybe, just maybe there's other people that would pay you better, or maybe there's other opportunities out there. Don't get too fixated with just one client or two. So regarding the lawyering up, like you said, in the UK, I'm not sure if it's in India, but there is quite a substantial amount of companies to do claims. There's, of course, a small court claim, which you can go to the courts and do small court problems if you have the quotes and you have the proof that you've done the job. But also, like, there are substantially amount of companies that only deal with that. Like, so you can basically... And in fact, in the UK, there's a way that you can sell the debt to someone else. So you basically can sell. They, of course, take some money from it, but you can sell the invoice to this company, and this company is now, they will deal with it, but you will never talk with them again because you've been paid a bit, and that's it, and you're cutting your losses, and that's now their problem because that company. And I've never had to do this in my career, unfortunately. But I've
that's
seen,
really interesting. I've
but
never
I've
heard
seen
of
that.
it.
I've seen that happen. I've seen clients and friends of mine and companies getting those letters saying, this is company limited of claims of whatever. We are calling you in behalf of Sagel, whatever. You owe this much, and there's an interest of 10% every month if you don't pay. And the letter is very serious and is very legal. There's a lot of companies like that in the UK. And I know it's nasty. And obviously, just like Rec is saying on YouTube here, you'll lose the client, of course. The client will never work with you. But hey, at least you'll get the last laugh because you'll get the money. So maybe consider looking into those things and just be upfront about it. Put it on your terms and conditions on the document. Like write that down on the document. You need to pay 50%, and then it says if you don't pay in 3 months, we will hire a court like a company to call for the invoice for you. You might not even do it, but at least maybe they'll be scared about it. I think it has. You just have to protect yourself as much as you can. I think that's the only advice I can give.
I think the problem in India is the legal system is really, really slow. It can take years and years, so it's not even worth it sometimes. Just considering, like, if I'm working on something else, I'll make money. Even what Mikhail said initially on the chat was about watermarks, but a lot of times because I'm not working client direct, there is always an agency or a studio or a production house in between. They won't accept output with watermark to release the final payment. So that's one of the issues for sure. Anyways, so moving on from that thing, that's some great advice. I'll see if there are companies like that in India who take up this kind of invoices. I'm not sure if there is, but if you're aware of any company in UK, just let me know so I can find the keywords of what these guys are called and try and see if they are over here in India. But apart from that, going to the Blender thing, I've seen use of Blender being used in a lot of small studios. It's coming up fast and hard. And about diversifying side of things, that's what I've been doing as well. Like, there's always other videos, B2B videos, there's projection mapping, there is you can make tech demos using Unreal and Unity for like if you are in 3D side of things for companies. So it's just not the films and VFX. There are a lot of people who need media. The place where I'm seeing decline a little bit is on the digital media side of things, because there they are cutting costs because it's HD, small resolution, and they want to save costs. So those guys are using AI a bit more. But apart from that, like I said, there are like 50 different venues where our skill sets can be used. This is just if someone's feeling down or worried about future of CGI and VFX.
I definitely think that certain parts of the pipeline are being completely replaced. Like I've been lately, whenever I get a quote to do, I don't get storyboards anymore, and I don't get animatics. Now I get AI storyboards, and I get AI concept art, and I get AI animatics. That's fine. And so that means that it's tough luck for. Unfortunately, it's very difficult right now for concept artists and for matte painters and for editors doing previs. Those jobs right now are the first to go, unfortunately. And I think in a way, those if you're a concept artist right now, I do feel that you should look into AI tools and trying to help your own work, because if you're a good concept artist, you know how something looks good, and that means that you already have an advantage, because if you do a prompt on an AI tool, fine, you can do a prompt. Anyone can do a prompt. Even a monkey can do a prompt. But looking at the image and judging if it's good, and then seeing if that's a good choice, and then actually altering the image enough to deliver something the client wants, that's a different conversation, and that needs a different skill set. And so I do feel that even those people are not just, they're in jeopardy, of course, but they also need to adapt to these times and maybe use to their advantage some of those tools as well. That is definitely the section of the industry which I think has been hit the most right now, right this moment with AI, for sure. One
of my friends he's a very good matte painter, and he runs a whole company around matte painting and storyboard mostly.
Yeah.
So he's been using AI, but he's pivoting a little bit and started to pitch his own IPs
Yeah.
For films and TVs and whatnot. But one danger that I see, because he's a concept artist, like you rightly said, he's making amazing concept art using AI because things can become very detailed very quickly.
Yeah.
And then he finishes problem areas himself and his team. But it could backfire as well, right? Like if it's too complex of an idea, creating in CG and VFX, your budgets would reflect equally, like quadruple, trying to make
Yeah.
those things.
Yeah.
Right. That is something probably a lot of people don't realize right now, that if you oversell something which is practically impossible or too expensive, because the production company or whoever is going to fund the films and the IPs, they are going to see that amazing concept and art and go, wow.
Never be able to do it. Yeah. I know, absolutely. That's absolutely a correct way to put it. Like, and that happens a lot, like for sure. I just experienced that really lately. Like I had a job that I was asked to do a quote. I did the quote, and then they turned to me and said, well, it's like too expensive. We're gonna do it ourselves internally, and we're gonna use AI to do it. And I'm like thinking to myself, okay, sure, good luck with all of that. And it's a really complex project, like really complex. And two things might happen: they will fail miserably, and then at some point they'll hire some other cheap company to do and rescue what they're doing. Or the other side of things, maybe the client doesn't notice and thinks it's fine. And then they're like, oh, this is cool. Because some people are a bit, they don't really see things. Some people don't really see it really well. So I was happy not to be involved. As soon as they said that they were going to do it internally with AI, I said, good luck. Nice to meet you. Goodbye. Like, there's no other way of putting it. Like, I'm not going to... I think they might have thought that I was going to lower my quote or do a negotiation. I didn't. I just said, yeah, that's great. Good luck with that. Make sure to share the link when I want to see it later on. I would love to see it. Like I just feel like I just felt to myself, to my bones, like to be honest, like the first time I had the meeting with them, I really understood right away that this was going to be a problem. When during the meeting they were saying, yeah, we're thinking of using some shots with AI. And I kind of like, okay, really? So you're trying to do this photoreal thing with integrated CG with live action and like in 4K, and you think the AI tools are good enough to do that? Okay, that's fine. Good luck with that. Like it's just, yeah. Not to mention that, of course, as soon as they got feedback, they would be so fucked because they would not be able to change it. So yeah, it's a tricky landscape right now that we're traveling, really, to be honest.
Yeah. I get that feeling so many times to certain meetings and clients that I meet. Like, hey, I would really like to see what you do. And please do share the link. I don't say it on their faces, but
you know what this you know what this reminds me? A long ass time. Like I was I was still in Portugal, and I was doing my first jobs, and I was contacted by a company that wanted, and I quote, to do a commercial of 90 seconds with Pixar level animation. And to put into context, at the time, this was 2002 or 3, at the time Pixar level would have been Toy Story 2 or something, that would be that level, because that was what... No, I think Finding Nemo. It was Finding Nemo, the reference. Because it was an underwater thing. They said, yeah, we need to make it look like Finding Nemo, and it needs to be really good and like that. And then I got together with some friends of mine. We made a full quote. Really expensive, of course. This was 2003 or something like that, 2002. Really expensive. It was thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds to do this, like 20 people to work on this project, a lot of people. I go to the meeting and bring the quote, and the person looks at the number, looks at me, and says, in Portuguese, of course, I'm not saying Portuguese, are you crazy? this is more money than my company is worth. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, good luck with everything and have a nice day. Oh, now sorry, it's been a long time. Now I remember, this was a TV show. They wanted to make a TV series for TV, for kids, you know, that looked like Pixar. And they literally said that to me, like, oh, you know, this is more money than my company is worth. I can't really do that. We'll do something else then. And then I never heard from them again. Comes back to another time, which I was also in Portugal, where I was hired. I was asked to do a quote, to do a corporate video, to film an event, a few interviews, and to film and to edit together as a DVD with menus, with all the interviews and everything. When people still do DVDs at the time, you know, with a menu and everything. And I sent them the quote of how much I would cost to put 2 cameras, to film the event, to make the interviews, to have the mic there, make the menus, send the quote there. And I go to the meeting, and the person again turns to me and says, oh, well, with that much money, I can buy the camera, do it myself. And I'm like, sure, go ahead. It's so funny because I'm getting the same answers that I used to get when I first started. So this is the answers I'm getting now with AI. Like, oh, we'll do it internally with AI. We'll just do it. It's the same answers. Like, oh, well, we'll just buy a camera and do it ourselves. Go ahead. Like, it's just, go for it, my friend. Go for it.
We get that reference thing a lot here in India as well. They'll show Hollywood films and they go like, oh, we want that. And then when you talk budgets, like, oh my God, I don't want to even go there. But same thing like what you experienced in Portugal, more or less the same. I recently worked with a friend. I think you know him, Gezer, and I had done a project, a very small one, a few months back. From what I figured, like Portugal has almost similar costs as India.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit lower than India, but almost in the same boat.
Oh, that's because the visual effects industry is non-existent in Portugal.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I left.
But
so I left. Hey, I just went there in the summer with my wife, with Anna. It was wonderful to go to the beach. Wonderful. Yeah. That was great. But work there, it's okay. And except if you have clients outside the country, it's just too small, you know, like the country is too small. It's only 9 million people. There's not enough market. There's not enough budgets for these things. There's never going to happen. And we don't really have cinema, you know, like, you know, most countries have, you know, action films and horror films, and, you know, like if you look at Germany, they have TV shows and they have period pieces and they have action and police thrillers and those kind of things. In Portugal, we only have 2 types of productions. We either have soap operas, which are really fast, quick, dirty. There's almost no time for them. Or you have artistic films, very high-end artistic, films for the Cannes Festival, you know, which will never have VFX anyway. And so those are the kind of really big productions that are still being made there. And so I just feel that there will never, unless it changes, there will never be like a place for a lot of VFX there, because it just doesn't exist, that notion, and there's not a lot of work of that happening. And most of the VFX companies in Portugal work for outside clients, you know. They don't work for Portuguese clients, you know.
The thing is, though, the movie I worked on, it's already out. It's called Candidio.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it means. But yeah. Then I was in talks with them for another project. So I think the industry probably is changing there, because the other project was a period drama around World War side of things. And they wanted, initially, they wanted like a full CG shot, but later on they found out that the production had exhausted all budgets and they barely had any budget for VFX.
Yeah.
Like Jose was stressed. I was talking with him, and he was not happy.
Oh man.
But yeah, fun stories. Having said that, I have another friend whose name is Hugo as well, and he lives in Portugal. So
that's funny.
And funny enough, he's comp artist.
Oh
so,
shit! Is it me?
But he
It's not me, right?
No, it's not you. He was with me at Milk, so
Oh, okay.
I told him like he's aware of your channel. Like I said,
Yeah.
like I told him the same thing. Like I have a friend called Hugo. He runs YouTube channel.
Funny enough, like a couple of years ago, like maybe 10 years ago, I went to this Portuguese this very famous festival called Trojan Horse, which is a visual effects and concept art festival that exists in Portugal. And I was there on the second year that they were running, and I was very excited because I was the first Portuguese guest on the show, the first time they had a Portuguese speaker, And I was walking on the corridor, and we all had badges, like with the names. And of course, some badges said speaker, some badges said audience. And was walking on the audience, and suddenly someone comes up to me, and they have exactly my name, Hugo Gezer. They have the same name, and they're a CG artist, and I'm looking, but like 20 years old. I was like 40, they were 20. And it was so weird, like, oh my God, this person works in the VFX industry. He's exactly the same name, Hugo Gezer. What are the odds of that?
Yeah.
Like, it was just crazy. I only met this person there once in my life, never seen him again. So it's, it was just so bizarre. I need to find like a more weird name.
It would have been like a flashback, isn't it? Oh, 20 years back.
I know. Well, anyway, Sejal, it's great to talk to you. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's keep going because I know Mikhail wanted to come into the call. I need to do a break now because I need to go to the loo for a second. So let's do a break and then we'll come back. Thank you so much again for coming by.
One very quick thing, like when you come back, if you can answer that, like, is it still worth in 2024 to revamp YouTube channel? I was thinking to make a tutorial, not sure should I be putting time with and efforts into that.
Okay,
But
so
yeah.
I need to go to the bathroom, but
Yeah.
we'll talk after. So if you, what time is it for you? It's really already late, isn't it? It's like
No, it's okay.
9 o'clock. Okay, so
No,
I need to talk with Mikhail because he's been waiting for a while. So I'll do a quick break and then we'll talk with Mikhail. And then if you want, you can come back again because that's a really great question. So if you can just hold up on that question, I'll answer you right away. I'll answer you when I come back. Okay? Is that okay?
All right, sounds good. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll see you very soon. And Mikhail, I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna have to go to the loo first. Otherwise, I'm gonna have an accident here. So I'll be right back. This is the reason. The green cola is the reason for that. That's why. So it doesn't solve that problem. So I'll be right back. We'll just have we'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll put a timer as well. I'm gonna grab something to eat as well. And I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll run the same commercials during the break as we did last time, and then we will talk in a second, okay? Okay, cool. See you very soon. I'll be right back.
All right, in a bit, you. Thank you.
Hello everyone! I'm super excited to give you a glimpse of my first cookbook, Green Recipes for All, featuring over 50 dishes inspired by amazing Mediterranean food. Inside, you can find recipes made with a variety of fresh, healthy, and versatile ingredients and popular plant-based products. These are great choices whether you already follow a plant-based diet or simply wish to cook a few weekly meat-free meals to reduce your overall meat consumption. In the book, you'll find a wide range of new and exclusive recipes, from soups and big salads to main courses and desserts, as well as some of the most popular recipes here on my channel, such as the perfectly cooked non-stick rice or the tabbouleh-style bulgur and mixed bean salad. Not forgetting a new version of the delicious tofu chocolate mousse. So, if you'd like to have a look at my book and try some of the recipes, just visit any Amazon marketplace and order a copy, which is available in hardcover, paperback, or digital formats. Hope you enjoyed the book, have fun cooking, and see you next time.
Are you interested in learning compositing? My Nuke course is currently 50% off. Join today to have access to 150 pre-recorded classes, 50 hours of training, using real production assets covering industry standard techniques with over 200 gigs of showreel material and access to a private Discord channel with over 2,300 students. This course is endorsed by Foundry and has access to a Foundry student license paid separately. Join today at hugosdesk.myshopify.com. Are you interested in learning compositing? My Nuke course is currently 50% off. Join today to have access to 150 pre-recorded classes, 50 hours of training, using real production assets covering industry standard techniques with over 200 gigs of showreel material and access to a private Discord channel with over 2,300 students. This course is endorsed by Foundry and has access to a Foundry student license paid separately. Join today at hugosdesk.myshopify.com.
Hello everyone! I'm super excited to give you a glimpse of my first cookbook, Green Recipes for All, featuring over 50 dishes inspired by amazing Mediterranean food. Inside you can find recipes made with a variety of fresh, healthy and versatile ingredients and popular plant-based products. These are great choices whether you already follow a plant-based diet or simply wish to cook a few weekly meat-free meals to reduce your overall meat consumption. In the book, you'll find a wide range of new and exclusive recipes, from soups and big salads to main courses and desserts, as well as some of the most popular recipes here on my channel, such as the perfectly cooked non-stick rice or the tabbouleh-style bulgur and mixed bean salad. Not forgetting a new version of the delicious tofu chocolate mousse. So, if you'd like to have a look at my book and try some of the recipes, just visit any Amazon marketplace and order a copy, which is available in hardcover, paperback or digital formats. Hope you enjoyed the book, have fun cooking, and see you next time.
Okay, we are back. So thank you so much for everyone to sticking around here. And we are going to, well, before we dive into Mikhail's questions, we're just going to do the giveaway real quick. So as I told everyone, we're doing 2 giveaways today. So I'll do one giveaway now, and then I'll do another giveaway just at the end of the stream. So let me just put it here as well. So that's the link for the giveaway. Hopefully you can join. If you're my student, don't worry. You can always get my workshops or something, or you can get my course from my onset supervision course, which I'm doing later this year. So Mikhail, I'll be with you in a second. I'm just gonna go and basically just do this real quick, the first giveaway. So we have 50 people on the first giveaway. So let's see here. So I'm gonna draw a winner and see. Hopefully they're here. Hopefully. And if they're not here, I'm gonna just roll the dice again. Okay, so the winner of my Nuke course, and again, like I said, if you happen to be my student, you'll just get my workshops. Or if you don't have both my course and my workshops, then I'll just give you my next course, which will be the onset supervision course, which I'm currently making. Okay, so the winner, I don't have a name, but I have like a handle. So apparently the winner is Gallo 65862396. That's the winner. Hopefully they're here. So you're here? Okay, cool, great. So Gallo, are you my student already? Or because if you're not my student, I'll just give you access to the new course. And if you are my student, I'll give you access to the workshops, or I'll give you access to the... Okay, so I can see you're there. Okay, congratulations, my friend. You've won the course. Don't despair, everyone. I will do another giveaway at the end of the stream. So we're going to be here for maybe, I don't know, maybe another half an hour or so. That's my plan. And then after that, we will do a break. And then I will do what I've been doing almost every day now. I'll be playing Silent Hill 2 on stream as well. So... but I'll do a quick break between this stream. Currently I have the stream settled for 7 o'clock, the Silent Hill stream, but I might not do it. Maybe it will be a bit later. Depends on where we finish here. We've been going for a long time. We've been going for 3 hours now. So I will see if we are gonna stick with this date or not. I'll keep everyone on the loop if we're gonna do it at that hour or not. I believe. Let me just double check. When was the schedule that I've had? Oh yeah, let me just double check here real quick. I set it to 7. It might be 7:15 or something. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna bring in Mikhail. He's been waiting for a long time. Friend of the show. He's been on almost every stream. So let's bring him in and see what he has to say. Can you hear me, Mikhail? Hey, my friend. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Hi.
Mikhail, let me ask you this. Do you want me to share your webcam, or do you just want to do audio?
For your convenience, like.
You don't mind putting web?
You
don't mind putting web? Okay, I'll put web then.
Yeah.
Fine. So then I'll do that. Okay, cool. So here's Mikhail. First of all, I must say, thank you so much for the support you give to all my streams. You're always here, either the Nuke stream, the showreel stream, or even the game stream. So thank you so much for being so supportive and such a fan of the show, and can't thank you enough for that, you know.
Same to you. Thank you very much for like all the stuff you put on the internet.
So
a lot.
Not a problem. Tell me things like what would you like to say? And again, apologies, I know you've been waiting for a long time. We've had a very busy show today, so.
Yeah, like when you call me for like talk, could be like infinite, because like if someone let me talk, I could talk like for several hours. So I thought about streaming, but I think like people will be bored like in 5 minutes, because like I'm too much into details and stuff. Yeah, I wanted to talk about a lot of stuff. I made a list while we were listening, but I think I like will go like from the back. Uh, uh, yeah, about payment. Like I wanted to tell people that it's like very strange that when you have like work job done, like everything is good, and you are waiting for several like months for payment to come after all work is done, and like it's a thing that like people just used to, but it's very strange like from the point of view like if you come into the like store and trying to buy a PC and tell like I can't pay for the PC right now, but like if you will give me this PC it will allow me to like have like more money, have like more jobs, and I will pay you after that. I don't care about that. Like I'm selling you PC. Like your job is done, and you need to be paid for this job. Like to live, to eat, to do other jobs. Also, like this same thing about like project bombing, like loss of money, like failed projects and stuff. When like I understand like when sometimes projects was like a loss because of the like quality of work and stuff like this, but a lot of time like project failed because like maybe it was like not sold properly, maybe it was like just not too interesting for people, and like it's not fail of the artist, like they did their job and they should be paid. Like it's like the money loss side should be like on people who was responsible for that money loss, and that was not artist done his job.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand what you mean. Of course, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right that people should be paid for their job. They should not be paid by barter or by favors, or oh, you'll do this because it's going to be good for your show reel or
By
good.
exposure.
Yeah, that's not payment. That doesn't pay the bills. And to be frank, exposure means nothing. It means absolutely nothing, because something that you can always say that, but maybe they will never work with you again anyway. So it doesn't really matter. So I would always agree that people should really get paid directly. But I guess, Mikhail, is there a question there, or do you want to just debate this, or like why do you say that? Is that happening to you right now? Are you having that experience where you're not getting fully paid for your jobs? Is that what's happening?
No, like I had this experience a lot, and it was very hard for me to switch because two reasons. Like I didn't want to like bargain and like lose the client, and like people always told me that like oh that was how we are used to do our stuff, like it's like industry, like it's everybody doing like that. And I was like okay, like I will wait for 6 months for payment, like. But no, like when I started to like talk to people, ask around, they did like uh, a lot of people told me that like I have like I don't like you said, like I don't even start project if like half payment was not paid.
Yeah, yeah. I totally get that some people might not be able to pull that off, and I know that sometimes you might be afraid of losing that client, but I just kind of want everyone here on this show to kind of consider what kind of client is that is not willing to actually pay your job. So is it a client that is going to be good for you? Is it a proper client? Should you maybe back off of that client and try to find new clients? It's just that it's just like a relationship with a toxic person. It's the same thing. That is a toxic client, a client that doesn't want to pay. And if they don't think your job is worth money, then there is a question to be had, should you even be doing projects or work with that specific client? And I do understand that some people might say, well, but it's a small, we've actually had that on the chat, people saying, well, it's a small industry, then you get blacklisted and people don't get you work. And I understand those things, but it's also up to us, because if we, all of us, do this, then there will not be any blacklisting because everyone is on the blacklist. So it's like, if we as artists start to make a stand and become a bit more unified, when we all talk, we should all talk to each other, we should all stand up against this, then maybe, just maybe, they'll stop making that. And obviously I understand that, it's not very easy to unionize or to get part of a union in certain countries, and some countries are not even allowed to do that. I understand that. But maybe just word of mouth, talking with the artists. If you are in a specific location, a specific country, maybe search for artists on that country, see what they're doing, contact them, get together as a group, maybe open a Discord channel, talk with each other, because then maybe the artists themselves, if they get together, they can blacklist the client instead. Like, it's almost like, if you can imagine, if you're working in, give an example, imagine that you're working in Portugal, and if there's like 3 or 4 clients that are really nasty and they never pay, if I start going around in LinkedIn and I start talking with hundreds of Portuguese artists and I start flagging up that this client doesn't pay, what will most likely happen is that people will be they will not be confident enough to take jobs from that client, and the client might be having a hard time finding people to work on the work. So it's more about us getting a bit more together and maybe trying to fight back against this trend than anything else. And I understand that it's easier said than done. I know that. But hey, we're all connected, right? We have LinkedIn, we have Facebook, we have Twitter, we have Discord. It's not like we can't have a private forum to talk about these things. It's better than ever. We've never been on this position where we can actually have a private group in Facebook, a private group on Discord where we can all discuss these things. So that would be my advice to everyone here watching, but always take it with a grain of salt, because I think not everyone will be able to do that, and of course some countries are easier than others, and I'm not saying that it will solve the problems, but I'll just tell people that maybe you can try to find the people that are experiencing the same issues, and maybe together we'll be stronger than being alone. That's my advice to everyone listening, and I know it's hard to do, of course. I've solved that problem here in the UK by joining a union. There's a union in the UK, and I'm part of that union, and if I have an issue, I contact the union. Been very lucky. I pay my fee on the union every month. I've never needed them. So fortunately, I've never needed to contact the union. I only contact the union once. Needed some help with a contract, with a lawyer that they have. And so I had a contract. I wanted for them to look at it. And then they did. They were very helpful. But fortunately, I never needed to use their services. But maybe look into if there is local unions on your own country and in your own position. And if there is no union, at least get together with other artists from the same area or region where you are,
Yeah, but also maybe some people would be repelled by you and other people saying that, oh, I've been in union for 9 years and I never had to ask them for help. But why should I get into the union if I don't need their help? It's like medical insurance. You don't get it. Yeah, you don't get it because when I have injury, in case you have injury, it's always better to have and don't be needed to use.
Yeah.
That when you need it and you don't have it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I realize that it's expensive to do those things, but I know that they're there, and if I need them, I'll look for them. And also, there's a point to be made that I'm supporting them. Even if I don't need them, I'm supporting that union so that they can help other people that need it. And so we also need to be all together on this. Like, I'm not going to talk every week here about unions and not be in the union. Like, it's just like you have to put your mouth where, your words in your mouth is. Like, other people might need your help. You're not alone. Like, this industry is not alone. We are all together, and we're having issues together now. We're not having issues alone. Like with the problems with enough work and the problems with AI. Those problems we're all experiencing them. And of course, I know that some people are more lucky. Maybe some people are navigating it a bit better and have better financial support. But we're all in it together. And that's the reason why I wanted to do this. Like, I used to do it on Twitch. I really like to talk with the community on this radio show, and I feel that that's the only way we can do it. Like, I've either having Discord channels or having these platforms where we can talk together, or we can share our experiences together so that we can all become stronger and become better. That's the only way we can really do that, so.
Yeah, also Lucas said on the chat that like cheapest clients are also like more demanding. Yeah, I had like this exact experience like a lot of times when like we call it Hollywood quality, but school project budget. Like,
yeah. Oh yeah, that happens all the time. It happens all the time. That's always a typical thing. In fact, I think the best clients I've had were the ones that had very large budgets. Because they were much more because money was not such an object for them. Like, they would probably not care as much because they had bigger budgets and bigger marketing needs. That is actually true. Lucas has a really good point there. NA is asking, is that a standalone union? Yeah, so NA, this is in the UK. The union is called BEC2. And it's, I'll put the link on the chat for you guys to see. So it's BEC2, and they have a branch for film, and they have a branch for animation, and they have several branches. So the main union is this one. I'll put it on the chat here for you guys to see. So that's the main union, where we have filmmakers, editors, all sorts of different roles. And then we have the specific animation union, which is the anime and VFX union, which is this one here. I'm putting the link there. So this is, of course, for the UK. Of course, keep in mind that that's where I live and that's where I'm doing the union. Obviously, you'll have to look through your local area to see what kind of unions and kind of things you have there, so it's about you looking through your country and seeing what else exists, yeah, exactly. That's the one that I know of for the UK, which is a very large one, because the UK is still a very large VFX hub. So I'm sure there's similar things in the States and similar things in France and Paris and in Germany and a lot of other countries. You just need to look into that. And if there isn't any union, then maybe try to join a similar union, or a union that has something to do with the creative industry, or contact them to see if that you can be part of that union, because that's how it starts. BEC2 started with something else, and then they started the animation VFX union because they they started understanding there was a lot of people in VFX, so.
Yeah, or maybe just start a union. Maybe you will be that one person that starts it all.
Yeah, that's another way of doing it, of course. A union is also possible to be started, of course. Cool, man. Once again, thank you so much for calling in. Is there anything else that you would like to talk about, Mikhail? Or
yeah, I was at first I was wanted to talk about Blender. Yeah, but one last thought, just was what you said. I had projects like this with limited budget and very high requirements all the time, and when I started to have projects when they almost had no budget, or have insanely high budget, no questions at all.
Yeah.
everything is good, everything is fine, like
Yeah.
responding fast. Like I was shocked. Like I was waiting for like several months for them to come like with questions, with like issues and stuff. No, like they just like paid was like
Yeah, yeah,
finish the project
yeah.
and okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a similar experience as well. When I have very large clients, they tend to be different. They tend to have a different approach to certain things, you know, and also for feedback as well, because they're used to sending feedback in a different way, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, and talking about Blender, I was using Blender starting like from 2005 or like four maybe. Was like almost like 20 years working in Blender. Of course, like I switched around, like to switch to Maya, switch to 3D Max, switched to like a lot of other stuff like Cinema 4D, and like I still came back like mostly working into Blender because like everybody's saying like, yeah, Blender is free, but uh, because like I was working in Blender a long time, I know like all its issues,
Yeah.
like also in production, like pipeline wise.
Yeah.
Because like the main thing, like I always tell people that like was we think to switch to Blender because it's free, like or like small team or like small studio wanted to start use Blender because we don't want to pay like company license for like Cinema 4D or Redshift like that have like unimaginable money for like small studio with like for 2, 3, 4 artists and stuff. Uh, Blender for me like it's more like multi-tool.
Yeah.
Like when you have like multi-tool, you have like pliers, you have like saw, knife, like screwdrivers, like wire cutters, like you have all these things like just in one tool. Yeah, but still like it's more convenient to use like proper screwdriver,
Yeah.
proper wire cutter,
Yeah.
proper like saw. Like yeah, it's convenient, it's portable, like you can have like it pocket, it's like fast to use. And the same thing with Blender, like it's have like a lot of functionality. It's have like editing, compositing, like frame by frame, like animation abilities, modeling, simulation, like all of that stuff. But still, like if you want to do proper simulation, Houdini is better. If
Yeah.
you want to do proper motion graphics, Cinema 4D is better.
Yeah.
If you want to do proper character animation, it's like Maya is better.
Mhm.
Like there is always like specific tool for specific task that will be better than Blender.
Yeah.
And like you can look at Blender as like overall coverage, but still if you want to do specific stuff, like always to try to switch to specific use tool.
Yeah. 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 No, I get it. I get that. Like I completely get what you mean. Like and obviously that's why might be also one of the reasons, apart from the support that I was mentioning before, it might be the reason why maybe it's not being used as much as the industry as possible, because it is a bit not shady, but it's a bit like muddled, the messaging of Blender, and it has a lot of different parts of it, but it's a very powerful tool, especially for a one-man show. It is a very powerful tool. So master of none, I guess that would be the position. And like you can do a bit of everything, but you're not really a master of any of it. And I guess it goes back to what I was saying. Like, if you're a good artist, it doesn't matter which tool you're using. So people just need to get used to this idea of being more agnostic. And you can use Blender, you can use Maya, you can use Nuke, whatever you see fit for what you're trying to do. But please learn the core skills. That's the most important thing for you to learn. You know. Yeah, absolutely. Well,
exactly. You can do compositing stuff in After Effects. Like it's not the best one, not the best tool. You can do it. I saw the people that use Blender as compositing tool. Like they like only use it for compositing.
Yeah.
in their pipeline because it's free. Like, but yeah, but they have like core skills. They like like I said, like I started compositing when I saw your videos, and they was the same. Like they like I can't afford Nuke license, but I use it in Blender. Like
Yeah.
yes, it's not the same tools, but like core stuff like the same.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I completely agree with you. Cool, Mikhail. That's great. Well, again, like I said, thank you so much for joining, and I thank you so much for contributing to the conversation. I think I'll let you go because we should probably start wrapping up. It's been a long time. I'm getting a bit tired, and I think I might just like do the last question that we had from Sajal, and then we go from there, and then because also I don't have anyone else on the meeting queue. So I think I'll probably take this opportunity to stop the stream soon because I think we've been doing it for a long time. So we've been doing it for like 3 hours and a half or something. So Mikhail, thank you so much for joining, and also again thank you so much for the amazing support you give me in and out on all the streams that I do. And I'll see you soon. I'll see you around. Thank you so much. And you're always welcome to come into the show. I'll be doing this show very often now, the radio show. So, yeah, thank you so much, my friend.
You're welcome.
I'll see you later. Bye. See you later.
Always.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, I think we're going to wrap up. I'm going to just finish off. Of course, we still have the last giveaway. Someone was, Darkest Fear 86 in Twitch is asking, when will you play? Do you live stream? Yeah, I'm gonna play later tonight, in about an hour or so. I usually play before dinner, so I'm playing Silent Hill 2 Remake right now. So I'll be playing it from like 7:15. So in about 50 minutes or so, I'll be playing Silent Hill. I'm playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. So it's gonna be my 11th. It's gonna be my 11th on both. I'm streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube. So I'm streaming simultaneously, like I'm doing now. I'm simultaneously streaming on YouTube, where I have about 40 people now, and I have on Twitch about 11 people right now. So I'm always simultaneously stream. Let's see here other questions we have on the chat here. Pedro is asking, hey Hugo, how do I get to the next meeting queue? You're talking about today? If you want to come in today, it has to be something short, because I want to wrap up the stream. So if you have something that you want to just say really quickly, the link is on the top of the chat, but here's the link, of course. So if you want to just jump into a call real quick, but it has to be quick, like let's just say a 5-minute chat, and I'm happy to do that, but it can't be very long because I'm gonna want to wrap up soon. Darkest Fear, which is the best game you like, not story-wise, but on technical aspect, and why? My favorite game of all times is Elden Ring, and I have played Elden Ring for almost 300 hours now. I've platinumed Elden Ring on PlayStation, so I've did 100% Elden Ring and also the DLC. By far the best game I've ever played. Next one, Pedro. Okay, so Pedro, I'll be doing. Right now, I'm doing these every month, but I am considering doing them more often because I see so many people wanting to talk that I maybe want to consider doing them every week. Keep an eye on my social media. I'm happy to I'm like someone else on the chat was asking about that. I always post on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. I always post when I'm doing the streams. There's always the schedule there. So you can always go there, and if you follow me on social media, I can guarantee you that you'll know when the show is going to be. Now, while we're waiting for the next giveaway, I wanted to answer what Sajal wanted to say, which is important. It won't take too long. So, Sajal, do you want to come by into the stream again, to the call? I can answer you directly, and then you can also motion. But we're going to make it short, okay? So we're going to talk for like maybe 5 minutes or so about the YouTube thing. I think it will be good. And while I'm waiting for you to come into the call, Sajal, I'm going to just do the next giveaway. So let me just okay, so I'll bring you in anyway. Oh, you're already here. Okay, cool. So yeah. Let me just give me just
1 second. I need to mute YouTube.
yeah, that's fine. And also, I'm gonna do the giveaway real quick. So while I have you there, I'll just do the giveaway real quick as well. So let me just do the giveaway, and then I'll join you. Okay, so the giveaway was, let's see here. So the second Nuke course, the second Nuke course goes to. So it would be, let me see the name. Wait a minute, just a second. That second new course goes to Davis 0131. So that's the next Nuke course goes to Davis 0131. So congratulations, Davis. I hope you're here. So that is going to be the last giveaway of the day. In the meantime, while waiting to see if Davis is here or not, I'll join Sejal again and just to chat. So it'll be short, Sejal, because I want to like wrap up and rest a bit. So just there you go. Now you're on the screen as well. I'll see if they show up, Davis. If not, I'll roll the dice. So to answer your quick question, like to do this quick, Sejal. So to answer your question about YouTube, your question was, is it worth to start and revamp and restart the YouTube channel? That's what your question was, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, is it you? Na? Is that you? So Joseph. Oh, you're Joseph Davis. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, of course. Congratulations. I can give you the workshops, of course. Could you just be so kind and message me on Discord so I'd remember to convert your login to a workshop login. So congratulations, Davis. I'll upgrade your login to the workshops. So, by the way, is the call show number 2? It says number 1 on YouTube. Yeah, this is number 1. That's the call that I'm doing right now. Number 2 will be next time. Did I label wrong? No.
Yeah. This should be second one, isn't it? Like,
well, the anniversary one wasn't really a real one because I did a lot of things during that stream. So I know what you mean, because during my anniversary I did a call-in show, but that was the anniversary stream, and we were doing the cake. We did other things as well. So this is the first one. That's what I mean. Okay, so your question was about if it's worth it starting a YouTube channel, right? That's what you were saying, right?
Yeah. Because, like, especially with CGI and VFX side of things, right? Because mostly what I've seen is it's such a small niche, and monetarily speaking, strictly on that side. Like, obviously, I like to teach, and I've done Twitch and YouTube before as well. But financially, does it make sense? Because most of the channels that I've seen who have blown out is like vlogs. If you're a good-looking person or something, there's infotainments where they're just giving you random facts every week, whatever is latest, and with some animation and all that. And then there's finance and those kind of things, or some funny skits like TikTok. Those guys really blow up, where they get brand deals and everything. But as a VFX and CG artist, does it make sense to revamp this?
Okay, so to answer your question really quickly, no, it's not worth it. So YouTube, I think people need to understand that YouTube has changed so much over the last few years. And so YouTube is not the same place that it used to be, okay? YouTube is now a different beast, mainly because of the problems that came with TikTok and the short formats. And that is the biggest issue YouTube has. That is why, for example, people were complaining that the commercials were constantly interrupting the stream, and I switched them off. And I actually showed everyone that you guys were being bombarded by commercials, and I was getting 70 cents for the stream. YouTube is now paying so little. Just to give you into context, I just released a new episode of the VFX Notes podcast. Very successful episode. One of the most successful episodes we ever had about Fight Club. We had 12,000 views in one day. Used to be the 12,000 views in one day about 5 years ago, it would maybe give me like 50 pounds, maybe 40 pounds. Now I got 12,000 views on Fight Club since yesterday. It's been up for a day. I've gotten £1.50 so far. So
What?
the values that YouTube are working now on this, and I have no idea how that has happened, but now they're paying about 10% of what they used to pay whenever you do something. And I've been noticing this for years. Videos that I used to have 20,000 views used to pay $200, and now they're paying $10. It's like something has happened with YouTube where the advertising revenue is a joke. And I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on. It is something wrong with them pushing shorts and pushing other things, and I don't really know what's happening. So from a monetary point of view, forget the YouTube monetization. Just forget about it. There's no way with visual effects, unless you're doing things like Corridor Digital, where you're having an entire team working, and you have a bunch of people working in a team, and have 5 or 6 people doing content every day and having millions of views. There's no prayer to God that you're ever going to get enough revenue, because to have revenue on YouTube, we need to look at millions of views. Like my stream would have to be 500 people watching, not 40. It has to be like 5,000 people. And I'm not complaining. I'm amazed that I have 40 people. I'm super happy. It's fine. But I'm just saying that it's, you would have, like, most gamers stream on YouTube and they're getting more revenue, but you look at their numbers and they're getting 1,000 people watching, 2,000 people watching, 3,000 people watching. On those numbers, they're getting pretty much the same money that I used to get 5 years ago. And so it's drastically reduced the money that YouTube is now paying. So, to answer your question, from a monetizing point of view, that churn of trying to have 1,000 subscribers to get paid and all that stuff with the hours per year that you need to get to be paid, forget all about that. The only way you're going to be able to get money from YouTube is to use YouTube as a marketing tool for something else. That's the only way. That's how I use YouTube right now. I use YouTube to sell my course. That's what I do. Like, my course is there. YouTube is a platform for me to put the commercial about the course, to talk about the course, and to do giveaways about the course. And so every time I'm doing a giveaway and giving a course away, obviously multiple people will end up buying the course because they were happy that they were part of the giveaway, and then they might buy the course. And so I'll give an example. I was here the whole day and I sold one course while I was doing the stream, so it's already worth it just doing the stream today. You need to consider what else are you selling, and you use YouTube as your platform to have views, subscribers, and a community. And that's what I've done. I have a community, I have some subscribers, I have a semi-successful channel on YouTube, like 61,000 subscribers, the largest Nuke compositing channel in the world, but that's not saying much because Nuke is so niche. But that is the way that I get people to watch the podcast, and then the podcast has sponsors, and then I have people that then look into my course and then they become my student. That's like an entry point for that, as you probably notice, I don't do Nuke compositing videos anymore. I do streams, because then I can talk to people and I can have the community and I can chat with people and react to them live. I haven't done like a proper video where I sit down and do a Nuke compositing tutorial, because it's just simply not worth the work. It's so hard to do that video. It's going to take weeks to do a video like that, and then I'm going to get £2. It's just not worth it. And so making tutorials on YouTube, I think people need to start understanding that it should be kind of like, it should be a live stream so you can build a community, or you should have either sponsors or other people, even if you get together with other YouTubers, something like that. There is just no way you can. And then, of course, you have Patreon as well, which could help. And then you have members, which could help. But those are very flaky. I can't depend on them. I have a couple of people there, and that's it. That is really the only way. But those are still paying more than the YouTube revenue itself. And so I think that it's a combination of things. It's having a Patreon open, it's having a members thing open, it's having the streams, is like having other tutorials and other things that you're selling. and promoting yourself and then building from there, because our industry is so small that it's going to be incredibly difficult for you to really get earn money from YouTube with such a niche industry. To a point, and also because don't forget that my channel has already been predetermined of what kind of channel it is. So even if I now start doing other types of videos, there's no other way that my channel is going to be watched by other people, because my audience is predetermined by the algorithm. That's it. Unless I start the channel from scratch, that's different. And also, obviously I don't have proof of this, but that's what it looks like what's happening. I've noticed that YouTube channels that have no monetization, the YouTube channels that started before, because you need to be 1,000 subscribers, and then you need to do several months of a type of hours per month for you to actually go through the threshold to be monetizable. So I can't remember how much it is, but it's 4,000 hours per year or something. I can't remember. It's like there's a value which is quite hard to get on the beginning, where you need to get 4,000 hours per year to actually even become possible for you to monetize. While you are not monetized, I don't know if you noticed, but YouTube still puts ads on your videos. And so if a channel starts now, if you start now, imagine Sejal, you open a channel now and you put a video, becomes viral, okay? You have 2 million views on that video. Doesn't matter, you'll never see a dime, because the 2 million views will not add up right away to the 4,000 hours, because you need at least a month to get to that, and then you need to get to those hours, and then you need 1,000 subscribers as well. You need 3 things to become monetized. While this is happening, the video has 1 million views. 1 million views watched it, and there's ads on your video, because YouTube still puts ads on it. They're earning so much money from your video, even without you earning anything. And then, once you become monetized, then they go to the next channel that will start. So their algorithm works in a way that they prefer people that are starting, and then the people that are already here, fuck it, because they're not profitable for them. That's their business model. It's been their business model for at least 3 or 4 years now. And that's how it goes. It's the churn, and then new channels happen, and then new channel happen, and and all those new channels are having ads on their videos, but the people on the videos are not getting any money from the ads. And then multiply this on millions of channels. Millions of channels are trying to get the 4,000 hours per year. Those millions of channels that are trying to do that, all of them are running ads, all of them, because YouTube puts them ads anyway, and you have no control to switch off the ads. I have the control now because I can put ads, so I can switch it off. That's what I've done on these streams. But people don't have any control. So it sucks, and I just think that YouTube right now is relatively, if you're going to get into YouTube, you need to really understand that you're not going to get into YouTube to get money from YouTube. You have to get other things going. It has to be something else. It has to be either selling something or having other things on the side, or visibility. If visibility is important to you, then that's also good, because visibility allows you to maybe get new jobs or get new projects or get new things. Everyone listening now, and maybe I'll be proven wrong in a year, because they keep changing the goalpost and they keep changing the algorithm, so it keeps changing all the time. So maybe for a year from now it will be completely different. So if you're listening to this in 2026, maybe it will be different by then, because YouTube might have changed by then. Right now, it's October 2024. YouTube right now is a marketing tool. You should use it to market your brand and to market yourself for other things. That's the only way this is working. And that's why I use YouTube. Well, I use YouTube also because I like I have another job. I have work as well, and I have other projects, and I have other things. This is my side gig. This is literally my side gig. I'm only here once in a while, and I basically love the community, and I like to help the community. I have a lot of students, so it's not my full-time job. To become full-time job on YouTube, it cannot be visual effects. There's no way that's going to happen. You can't. It's not big enough for you to become full-time financially supported by YouTube. Consider it as a side gig to help you with something else. That's my advice to everyone watching.
Yeah, I was also thinking it can be used more like a marketing tool rather than actual earnings from YouTube.
Yeah.
But
No.
yeah, that sort of answers my question. Like, because it is hyper niche, it's hard.
Yeah.
Uh,
Unless you do something else. Like if you start doing essays about videos, or especially if you do negative things, if you start talking shit about something, you'll get a lot of views. So I refuse to do that. I'm not that person. I refuse to do that. I'm not going to get into that thing. It's just a rabbit hole. You know, I'm not going to go into that. Like that's just bullshit. Like if you... It's so fake. You can see it a mile away. People complaining, oh, this film is woke and this film is this and I hate that film. Man, come on. It's just like we're not 12. You know, I just feel that those things are unfortunately the reality of YouTube right now. I just decided not to take part of that. That's what I've decided, you know. So that's why it's always so positive here. And I'm sure that the positivity makes a lot of damage to my channel. That's fine. I don't care. Like I just feel that pretending to be negative just for the sake of it is just pointless. And that's what most channels, this churn, that rabbit hole they're trying to get into is going to look very dated a couple of years from now. And I just, you know, I just feel that it's not because I'm going to do it that I'm also, well, to earn $3, $4 more, $5 more dollars. It's almost like you're working on a factory now. Like that's how it sounds like. You're gonna be doing that every day. And most YouTubers now, the successful ones, they stream and post every day. I can't do that. Like I have a life. I can't be doing videos every day. Like it's impossible. You know. I just feel that that's not a way of doing business. You know, it's really difficult.
Yeah. There are some YouTubers here in India and podcasters. They have like 80 people team and they are turning out videos, like you said, almost every day. But yeah, takes huge team. By the way, there is a funny comment from Rec. He's saying don't start talking shit on YouTube. Maybe I would. I'm just kidding. It's not in me to do that. But yeah, I was thinking about making a full CG environment and put it out there, see how it goes. But then again, I'm in two minds because I have two different.
Sajal, like, don't get me wrong. Sometimes some people get viral and they get lucky, and there's also luck involved on that. If you think about it, so you know, don't get me wrong. You might be incredibly successful, but it's not a given that you will get there. Because the majority of the channels are basically just churning, and there's like this what's the word for it when you're
so they have templated things like so many channels. Like for I don't want to give channel names, but let's imagine there's one business person channel who gives advice to demographic of early 20s to maybe 20 to 30, 25 to 35-year-olds, like how to invest your money and all that. And this guy would always make a spelling error while speaking in the video, just to prove that he's human and he can make mistakes as well. But every video I see that repeating pattern, right? So that shit is scripted. It's obviously not it's not unintentional, right? That thing is made with intention. Similarly, there are some infotainment channels that I see. They'll have skits and everything. Oh yeah, by the way, on comp, there is this new trend I've seen on YouTube, which is I find it hilarious, but they call themselves editors, and there's huge demand, by the way, for that. But they're editing YouTube videos and they're putting small janky animations in there, which is like After Effects or basic compositing stuff. But yeah, these guys are getting shit hot paid, at least in India, from what I've seen.
Yeah.
So if anyone's looking for an alternative, like probably connect with one of the big YouTubers.
Yeah. No, YouTube is a bit broken right now. Like Pablo is saying on the chat, that ads have been crazy for the last few years. Like you get an ad every 5 minutes. Pablo, that's why I've switched off ads on these streams, because people were getting ads every 5 minutes, interrupting the stream, and then at the end of the stream I was getting 70 cents. It was like, why am I even doing this? I'm switching this thing off. And they're so aggressive. Tell you them, I need to do a video about this. It's so aggressive that whenever I do a stream, I start the stream and I switch off ads because it's automatically switched on, and I go in and switch it off. And then every 10 minutes, I get a pop-up asking, are you sure you don't want ads? Every 10 minutes, I get a pop-in on YouTube, on my YouTube backend, telling me, don't you want to put ads? You're losing revenue. Don't you want to put ads? I keep getting that fucking message all the time. No, I don't want to get 70 cents. You can take the 70 cents and, come on, like, shove it. I don't get this aggressiveness. It wasn't like this. YouTube wasn't this aggressive. And I just feel it's just, oh my God. But you see, I'm being negative now. So maybe I'll have a lot of views now. I shouldn't be negative.
There is, but I think maybe there are a few terms and changes, terms and conditions that have changed. I'm not 200% sure. But one of the guys I had bought some Hoodney course from Gumroad and all, he used to have YouTube channel, and an email came saying that he's quitting YouTube and taking his all videos offline because of AI. Like they can take your video and train AI on that. And
Yeah.
same thing I read in someone tweeted today from my network on Facebook that 11th November or something like that. From November, anything you post on Twitter as well will be used for AI training. So
Yeah, I know.
but I
know.
guess that's how it's gonna be. Like they own the platforms.
I know, and there's nothing I can do about that. And I, if it becomes really egregious, like I will probably consider removing it. But for now, I'm not. It's taking. I'm getting something out of it, you know, because I've fostered a really great community. People are really friendly, and I love the community that we have. It's a super positive community. Come on, you are here almost all streams. Like most people here on the stream, we've been on the streams for a long time. Everyone here knows that we are super. Like, there's always positivity. There's never any assholes on the chat. Like there's no one, never, ever people complaining, or people are really nice. And this is a great community that I just want to continue doing. And I just don't feel that this is the. Even if it became bigger and then we had more people in, do I really want that? Because maybe then the community would go down. I just feel that. Happy as this is, but I just, it's sad that, you know, 9 years ago when I started the YouTube channel, it was a lot easier. That's a fact. A lot easier. There wasn't any 1,000 subscriber limit. There wasn't any 2,000 hour per year, 4,000 hour. None of that existed. It was super simple. I started the channel, started earning money right away. Man, there was years on my channel where I had a lot of Nuke compositing things. There was a time that I look back, like about 7 years ago or 6 years ago, where I was getting like $500 a month on YouTube. That's unheard of. It's like, oh my God, I was like that, and then maybe another 500 on Twitch, and then maybe another 500 on Patreon. I was still working full time, and that's when I considered, oh, maybe I could do this. But then that lasted very, very short amount of time. That time where people can earn a lot of money with small views became very short, and now it's all about the millions. YouTube itself, when you look at their classifications of channels, on their own helplines and their own help support pages, they consider a micro channel with 300,000 subscribers. They consider a micro channel. Okay, so like what is my channel then? Is like a miniature microscopic channel? Is that what it is? Because if they consider a micro channel a 300,000 subscriber channel, and then they consider a medium channel a 10 million subscribe channel, and then they consider a big channel a 100 million subscribe channel, it's like, what the hell? Like, it's impossible for you to navigate this. They just are different. They're a different platform now. Completely different platform.
I think only entertainment works. Whatever is entertaining for the crowds.
Yeah, absolutely.
But okay, John. Yes, it was Adrian Lambert. Thank you for reminding that name. And Rick was asking what happened. There was an email. He said that he doesn't want YouTube to use his training videos to train AI, and that's why he's pulling off all the videos, and he's put his training on Gumroad and things like that.
I see. There's other places as well that you can put without having the training. You can try to do private, or you can do Vimeo, or there's
Gumroad as well. Like, it's not a good place. apparently PayPal just banned Gumroad. I got one email from another creators on Gumroad saying he's closing down his store and just download all the stuff, because they went from 3% charge to 10% over a year ago, and now PayPal banned them. So he said that most of the online transactions are done using PayPal, so he doesn't see the benefit to stick with Gumroad, and he switched to some other platform.
And absolutely. I feel there is places where you can build this. Like, I don't get, Sejal, don't give up. I mean, like, I think you could obviously give it a try, but I just feel that maybe if you want to give it a try, maybe try to rethink how you're going to do it. If you're going to really do a tutorial, maybe, try to have it behind access. Like, maybe there's a Patreon level where, okay, you pay $1 or you pay $2 or you pay $5, you get access to that tutorial. And then maybe you just have a teaser of that tutorial on YouTube. I just feel that even that is a better place to earn money than, and especially now that Patreon has a video platform. So Patreon now allows you to upload videos. You don't even need YouTube anymore for Patreon. You can now upload the videos directly to Patreon servers. And so they have a video platform now, and audio platform as well. So now you can actually have videos there without having them on YouTube. So maybe that's one way to do it. I mean, I don't have the correct answer. I've been lucky enough. I have a YouTube channel that has been going for 9 years. I have a good following, 61,000. I mean, I'm very, very, very difficult for me to reach the 100,000, which is I wanted to get the tick box, but it's becoming quite impossible to get there because I'm always navigating, dropping subscribers, and then going up, and then dropping and going up. It's almost like stable right now, almost like I can't get any more because people are very, they don't subscribe, like that's the other problem as well. Like I look at my views of my channel, 60% of the views I have are from unsubscribed people, So it's that's also a difficulty because if you don't cross the 100,000 subscriber mark, then you're not even almost considered by YouTube, because YouTube then puts a tick box on your channel, which becomes more visible, and also it assigns someone to help you on support. And so those things are not even available to a channel like me because my channel is too small. So I guess my advice to everyone listening, and there's still like, together with Twitch and YouTube, there's like 60 people watching right now. So my advice to everyone is, if you like a creator and if you like their work, please subscribe to them, because it will help them so much. And people don't do that. And it's shocking. I have friends that have 70% people watching not subscribe, 80% people not subscribe. I have like shocking levels of non-subscription, and it's free to subscribe. It really helps the channel to grow, and it really helps the channel to have visibility, because if you're not subscribed to the channel, then the algorithm just drops your channel more and more and more. I feel like and I'm not, guys, Lucas, I'm not telling people to subscribe to my channel. I'm telling people to subscribe to the creative channels they like. Like, if you have 10 channels you love, go and subscribe to them.
I'm on board.
Go and do that, because it's like really important for those people, those artists and those creatives, to have support from the community. Otherwise they will not survive, and they will go away, and then they will be gone, and then they will not, and then you will look it back and, oh, where's that channel that I used to listen to? Well, it's gone now. So just see if you can also think about that and subscribing and supporting the channels as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
In my case, I was just thinking like to go the CG route, or another thing I was thinking of is sort of vlog side, sort of a thing with follow me on my business ventures, because most of the channels, they usually show things or try to sell courses after they are rich or something like that, mostly scams. So like, I have some plans, and I was thinking like maybe I should just document that whole journey. And because those kind of things really pick up, isn't it? So
that's absolutely
that YouTube, that's my private, but it's okay, no worries.
Frayoshi put your two, but that's not your, that's right, that's not your two. You're right. I'll put the correct one. Sorry, because that was that was shared by Fran Yoshi on Twitch, and then I just copy pasted, and I shouldn't have done that.
No, it's all
Apologies
right.
for that.
It's all right. I just have like family videos and me cycling around the city.
Apologies for that. Like I am now putting the correct one. So if you guys want to subscribe to Sejal's work, that's the correct. He has 2 streams. He has a live one as well. And by the way, someone on the chat was asking about Victor. That's a great question. I don't know really what happened to Victor. I don't think he's streaming anymore. I need to ask him because he was streaming every week. And it's been 2 months. So I'm not entirely sure. Oh, it says season finale. So maybe he stopped. I mean, I haven't talked with Victor, but looking at the numbers that he has here, like, 100 views, 300 views, 500 views, similar views to my streams, very similar. I'm assuming Victor is having I haven't talked with him yet, of course, but I'm assuming with the numbers he has, which is the similar numbers that I have on my streams, he's probably getting $1, $2 switch per stream. Obviously, it's not going to be worth it. So I'm not sure if maybe Victor is thinking to go back, or maybe he's like looking into other ways. I don't know. I need to talk to him about that. It's definitely difficult to make a living, and that's why I don't think about that anymore. I stream on YouTube not to make a living. This is my spare time. I'm just like streaming and talking with the community and making streams, and obviously I have sponsored streams, the showreel reviews and the Construction. They're sponsored by BenQ and sponsored by Foundry, but even that, it's not very well paid. It's very little money as well. Like, it's just a little bit of money that they pay me. I'm not going to tell anyone how much it is, but believe me that I cannot live from it. Like, I can tell you that. It's just a little bit of cash that they support, and I'm so grateful that they support the channel. Like, I mean, I get at least I still have BenQ and Foundry as well. I lost a bunch of sponsors. We used to have F-Track and we used to have Action VFX sponsoring the chat, like the YouTube chat, the podcast. We lost those sponsorships. So it's like, it's very little money, but of course anything helps. But yeah, I would. I've had this discussion multiple times with YouTube. There was a time, like about 2 years ago, that YouTube was contacting me all the time because they were doing beta testing. And they would contact small channels like me, and I would have calls with the team at YouTube, like the actual team making YouTube. And that's why the podcast feature is existing in YouTube, because I had so many meetings with them, and so many other creators also had meetings with them about having a podcast tab on YouTube. And that's why we have a podcast, because so many of us forced that to happen on YouTube. And so they used to call us and we used to talk to them, and I used to have this conversation a lot with YouTube at that time. Why aren't you not supporting small channels? You should support small channels. Help them to grow. Like, you can't only help the big ones. The big ones already are big. And they at the time said, yeah, we're looking into that, but nothing happens. Like, it's a numbers game, for them. They want to sell ads. That's what YouTube is about. YouTube is to sell ads, and they sell the slots for the ads. They're not doing it because they like the creators. They say they do, but they don't really. They just want to sell the ads, and so it's difficult to really navigate this thing, Yeah. Hey, Joseph, I don't know if that's the reason. I know that Victor is an amazing artist. I don't know if that's why he stopped. I kind of feel that it might be because you get a bit deflated when you get so little money from it. I at least feel that people get very deflated. Lucas says, did they give a reason to cancel the support? No, they just said there was financial hurdles that they could not do at this time on the company, and that's why they canceled the support. I mean, no, like a very vague answer. I'm incredibly grateful that they supported the podcast for so long. I'm just giving an example that there's been a progressive lack of support on smaller studios and smaller channels, both from sponsors, from Patreon's members, and YouTube. There's just been like a tightening in the belt that has resulted on smaller channels and small creators losing out quite a lot, losing sponsors, losing, you know, like support, losing Patreons, losing all of those things. That's been happening for a couple of years now, unfortunately, you know. So
Wanya is saying VFX industry doesn't exist anymore.
it does. We've talked about that. Maybe go back and watch it again. I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna YouTube is not happy with this stream. No, well, you're saying that on Twitch, so it's fine. I think we're gonna call it a day. We've been talking for now 4 hours already. It's way past my bedtime now. I'm not just talking. I think it's way too long now, this stream. So we've done the giveaways. We had an amazing chat. We'll come back with the radio show. I'll be back on the stream in about half an hour. I will be streaming Silent Hill 2 Remake if you guys want to check that out. I'll be both on YouTube and on Twitch as well at the same time. So yeah, it's Silent Hill time, relaxing time. That's what I do. So, but I'll do a break, about half an hour break before I do that. So, Gel, it's always a pleasure. You're always welcome, and thank you so much for all the support you give my channel and always helping so much. So, I hope you have a great day, and I'll talk to you next time, my friend.
Thank you, and pleasure's mine.
Okay,
Talk
cool.
soon. Cheers.
See you later. Bye. Okay, everyone, that's it. Like, this is the first radio show. It's a bit too long. I need to make it a bit shorter. I think it should be maybe 2 hours long or something. I think I should be doing them every week. That's what I'm kind of considering, since we had so many. Like, I really want to think we had 700 people coming into YouTube, and we had about 300 people coming into Twitch. So this was amazing. We had about 1,000 people coming in and coming out. We had pretty much the whole time at least 50 people watching. So this is amazing. I'm so happy that you guys are supporting this so much. So I'll be back more. I think the radio show is a success for sure. Second time we're doing it, and people really seem to like it. So I'm gonna definitely do it again. So yeah. So if you guys want to check it out, I'll be playing some games in about half an hour. Again, no strings attached. I'm not gonna have ads or commercials or giveaways. I'm just playing Silent Hill 2 Remake because I love the game, and I'm just gonna be playing the game. I'm almost done with the game. I've been playing it for 16 hours, and I've been streaming the whole thing on Twitch and on YouTube. So this is going to be my 10th stream on that game. Again, thank you so much for all the support. I'll see you all later. Have a great day. If I see you on the stream, on the gaming stream, I'll see you then. If not, I'll see you next time. Next week we have the Nuke Disconstruction stream, of course. And then the week after we have the showreel review. So that's what's next. Disconstruction next week with Bjorn again, because we haven't finished the disconstruction of the Nuke script that Bjorn did with me on the Zeiss project. So we're going to be doing that next week, and then the week after the show reviews. So have a great time. I'll see you in about half an hour. I'll be live on YouTube and also on Twitch at the same time. See you all later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thanks for everything. Bye.